hold your nose because it goes to cold water.
Listen to EWBSX, the cyber bully. Doctor's orders.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come.
What is that?
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Shut up, silly woman.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
Go home to mommy. The N-word.
I like how you.
Good morning, Master.
Look, he's obviously dark. Our religion is based.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I had a feeling that was going to happen. Hold on just a second. Let me, I got the stream started and then realized that I didn't even know if my camera was connected. And, because I had to restart the computer because I leave Streamlabs for a couple of days and it goes haywire and I have to reconnect everything and get hooked up with Kick and all of that. Can you guys hear me? Do you have audio? Let me just make sure that that's there. I'm pretty sure it is. It's telling me that there's audio coming through. But I suppose I should double check since sometimes it just randomly doesn't. Okay, good. Perfect. That should give you guys a little bit of an idea of how much of a delay there is. There's much less of a delay with Kick than with YouTube, typically. How you guys doing? It is it's good to be back here. I needed to do this tonight. First of all, I needed to make a little money. This is my job. This is what I do for work. When I don't stream, I don't make money. Generally speaking, there's some subscriptions and that sort of thing, but the bulk of the revenue comes from streaming. So I need to make some money. Got a lot of bills to pay coming up here, and also I just needed to come take a little break and just kind of hang out with you guys and enjoy some laughs. I can go into all the details of everything later on, but suffice it to say, we've only got another day or two with Pete, so it's been a rough week. It has been. The last time that I really actually laid down and slept was Sunday morning. I've gotten some sleep. I told Amy that I'm kind of like I feel sort of like a new mother, like a mother with a newborn. Can't sleep, laying there next to him, just like, every little change in his breath you are aware of, and so you never actually get into sleep. And she says, "Oh, that doesn't go away. That's not just a newborn thing. That's normal." So it's been a long few days. We're the end is near in sight, and I'll tell you guys. I have some stories and stuff. I'll tell you guys later on. But tonight we're gonna Friday lay. But I couldn't miss the Friday intro. I had to make sure that I got that. And then, man, the Cyberbully put together a tremendous pre-show. There was some killer clanker bangers. If you guys are missing out on the pre-show, like, I understand, you can't be here live and the starting time is totally inconsistent and I randomly miss days, and I understand all that. I'm just telling you. If you're missing the pre-show, you're missing out. You are, it is a good time. We've been exploring the great universe of clanker bangers, and boy, howdy, are there some clanker bangers out there. So yeah, was enjoying that with you guys, and let's rock and roll tonight. I've got, I'm just gonna, for kind of obvious reasons, I'm gonna keep it a little more lighthearted. Not really expecting to do all that much ranting, although you never know what's gonna happen. Thank you. I forgot to put the tip link there. I've got a couple to catch up on here in just a moment. They're backlogged. Let's say tip link and tips.kingpill.com. All right, there it is. Thank you, Howie. Good to see you, man. Just the tip link. Yeah. It's Damn It Jeremy says you would know if you joined the fucking Discord. Very good point. Welcome to our newest member. He's here in the chat. He can identify himself if he wants. I'm not going to get it. I don't know if it's doxing really, but it's your business. Welcome to our newest member who is here in the chat. Just joined. And he said he did it in part just as a show of support for, there he is, Rufus Garbagestein. Excellent name. Been around here for a while. But he was commenting on how he doesn't usually get the pre-show. But I think we have a new EWBSX devotee now, after he showed up for the pre-show. Thank you, man, for signing up, for getting the, it is probably more expensive than you would. Oh boy.
Here we go. Money talk.
Hello, Alpha Male Alert. Howie Snowden. Didn't even say anything. Just tip $200. I appreciate you, man. You are the best. You are well up there, maybe at the top of the leaderboard in all-time tippers. It was great to see you in DC. Howie Snowden is a patriot of the highest order. And I'm going to get to these other ones. Just let me finish a few things I'm going to say, and I will get to the other ones. So hold your water. What was I saying? It is absurdly, ridiculously expensive to put a dog down. Way more than, it was more than I expected, even though it was still kind of at the upper range of the like, okay, yeah, that seems about, I guess, yeah, it's expensive. And then Eastwood, just found out Eastwood's got a whole bunch of cavities. Even though Amy is an absolute ruthless disciplinarian about ensuring that he flosses and brushes all the time. Our food is shit, our water is shit. It just is a thing now. But I still haven't gotten those knobs. I told you guys I bought the knobs toothpaste. I don't even know what to call them. They're sort of like little, I don't know, little things, capsules, not capsules, but they're like little pills kind of you put in your mouth and you chew them up, and I assume they kind of, you mix them with water and they get a little sudsy or whatever. So it's knobs, N-O-B-S. I ordered them like 9 days ago and they still haven't been delivered, so I'm gonna have to go follow up on that. But they're some of the nano hydroxyapatite stuff, and I've heard rave reviews for them. So yeah, Spud, let me know if you have some weirdness with the delivery. I mean, it said it was going to be like 5 to 7 days, but it's been 9 and it was supposed to be delivered yesterday. So let me know if you have any weird delivery issues with it. I'm going to be following up with them tomorrow. You too, Bobby Ballbegs. Trust Plan Star says a white pill is at the Great Patriot Gigajew confirmed what we suspected. The $100,000 H-1B fee effectively killed the program. I kind of assumed it would. At the very least, it would at least have heavy pressure back on returning it to what it was originally conceived of as, which is and this is kind of what you got to expect through Washington right now. It's going to be way, way easier, especially for stuff where there's a lot of surface area to attack and obstruct. It's going to be way, way easier to do some sort of like return it to its original purpose versus just straight up get rid of it. Especially with something like this where you can the obstruction and the who knows what's going to happen is actually a feature, not a bug. Because if companies don't know if they're going to have to pay it or not pay it, or when they're going to have to pay it, or how many times they're going to have to pay it, then they're more likely to just be like, it's too much. That's too much to deal with. So I at the very least, you think it would return it to what it was originally supposed to be, which is a temporary workers visa for high skilled, well paid workers, and it just hasn't progressed. Has been horribly abused. Obviously, it would be best to get it completely abolished, but that's not going to be possible for at least a couple more election cycles. Because it's going to require Congress to fully abolish it. So the best you could do is just obstruct it and bog it down in as much uncertainty and cost as possible. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, tonight we are going to. I've got some fun lighthearted stuff here at the very beginning, including another song. We're going to sit here. We're going to listen to a song because when the unplugged version sounds even better than the original, some of you might know what it is just from that. We're going to listen to that. I got a couple little odds and ends things. We've got a couple things with our president, of course. A massive action out of the State Department. The latest strike in the Trump administration's war on woke. You won't believe what it is, but it's huge. It is a serious, serious change that's going to send the libs screeching and crying and shitting their pants. So thank you to JD Vance. Thank you to Marco Rubio for that. And then apparently Nicki Minaj is now like all in on Trump, and especially all in on JD Vance. Okay, this is interesting. I spend a few days away from the internet and something very, very weird happens. So I've got a few funny things related to that. We'll talk a little bit about Napoleon. I've got Napoleon's take on Christ, which is he's one of those guys that just the more you learn about him, the better he gets. And then I also got something about Napoleon on why Caesar was so nice to his enemies after he won the Civil War. So we should get through those relatively quickly, I'd imagine. And then for the bulk of the show here, I've got this interview the second interview
Welcome
between
to the Gulag. If you
Bobby
survive,
Ballbegs, you
you earn your
patriot.
freedom.
Thank you for the gifted subs. Welcome to Zoomer Dylan, to Howie Snowden, to Cable, Ultra Realist, and Presses Buttons too. All 5 names that I know. Look at that. Not very often you get one of those. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Congratulations to the new ones here. Let's give you an Erica.
Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
The soundboard right now is it says that it's stuck on the Our Religion is Based from Nick Fuentes. I'm going to try seeing if I can unstick it or if it'll still work. All right, I clicked it and nothing happened. I don't think. So maybe it'll just play all of a sudden. But maybe that one's out of commission for the rest of the stream. Oh well. Yeah, this Tucker Carlson Theo Vaughn conversation is just absolutely tremendous. It is the way that they go back and forth between like really deep, you know, I don't necessarily think it's profound because I mean, there's a funny dynamic here because Theo is the most like golden retriever human being ever. Somehow he's hilariously clever and creative, but he's also just he's like a really well-meaning 12-year-old who tells really good jokes. And then Tucker Carlson is IQ maxing and likes to banter. So they're going back and forth between Tucker talking about a bunch of really deep shit and Theo's trying to keep up. And then Tucker is, and then occasionally they drop in and kind of banter a little bit. I was listening to this the other day, and I was 5 minutes in. I was bent over double in the middle of the sidewalk, just crying, laughing, like tears just pew, 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 out of my eyes. It is so funny. So I figured it'd be a fun, lighthearted thing to sit here and watch with you guys for however long we get through it. It's a little over 2.5 hours long. So, and the ads aren't that long to skip. So who knows how far we'll make it into it, but it'll be a lot of fun to just sit here and there's some serious stuff to talk about in it. So, but before we get into all that, I got to catch up on some of these other ones. First of all, we got from 3 days ago. I apologize, my friend. I didn't get to you until now, but from 3 days ago, the gayest man in the world.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Dave Johnson.
Here comes the money.
Alpha male.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Prayers for Pete.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. You are simultaneously a top alpha male and...
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
So true, Mr. President. Many are saying you are the gayest. Let's get some, he's probably not watching now because he's an old man. He likes to go to bed early. I haven't seen him yet, but he'll listen to this later on and do me a favor and just spam the chat with gay flags. Just give him all the gay flags imaginable so he can know just how gay he is. We know he can know that we know just how gay he is. And then I've got a long list here. So Lionel Johnson, P. Bandersky, M. Guess, Slosher, Fat Chipmunk, K. Akins, Miles Standish, Hessian Beard, Dave, the gay one, C.S. Whitley, and so all of you guys, you all renewed, you resubscribed on Kick, and thank you all very, very much. Not a Babylonian followed the channel. Interesting. Not a Babylonian, huh? Wonder what that means. Thank you to all of you guys. Appreciate you supporting through Kick. Last month was the best, the top revenue-generating month for Kick. You guys are tremendously supportive. You're incredible. And I love you all. So thank you for that. And then, haven't seen this guy around too often, so we need to ball bust him a little bit for not hanging out more. But I have seen him more recently, so perhaps, well, you know... Actually, now that I read the message here before I play it for you guys, we may be seeing him even less. Massive news breaking here on the CARLSON. On this great and glorious December 12th, we've got massive news from one of our top longest, he's the longest, one of the most longtime supporters of the show. Cable. Alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Huge news.
I'm officially hijacked the beginning of the show to announce that we have a little patriot on the way. A mini carol in the making. Glory to God. Now as a new father gift, I demand the Labians to pay the best streamer and friend on the internet.
Huge news! Congratulations, man. I suspected. I wondered. You said a couple of things and I was like, Amy can confirm. I told her I thought that's what it was going to be. Huge news. So excited for you, man. It's gonna be the time of your life. Tooze McGee is gonna be an uncle. Hell yeah. Bless you guys. Bless you guys many, many years. May your little one have many, many years to live and to repent and learn to love our great Lord and Savior. Congratulations, guys. Obviously, yeah, I was waiting for that from my wife. She says, we demand baby pictures. Yep. Baby pictures are going to be in order. If for no one else, then for Mrs. Kingpilled. Or she will traipse her way up to Ohio and barge in the door herself. She's actually not going to do that. But in another life, she may have. Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much for all the support. I appreciate you all. Just so you guys know, I have to mention it in every show. Who knows who's listened to other ones? If the Streamlabs link is not working for you, or you don't want to put your credit card info in or whatever, you don't want to create an account and all that, you can also send support through Venmo and Cash App. Just look for King Pilled on there. And then if you go back to some of the previous episodes or in the description of this episode, if you're listening later, there's a direct Bitcoin on-chain Bitcoin address. I would love to get to take all of your Bitcoins from you. And then also buymeacoffee.com/kingpill. Those are all ways you can support the show. Or, as this damn it Jeremy says repeatedly, join the fucking Discord. That's the place to be. All right. He says we actually demand you both do so. Sounds like they have ice to the ground there. No thanks. Next summer, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how things go. 2025 has been a fucking roller coaster of a year. So we'll see how 2026 goes. My favorite aristofag tells me that 2026 is going to be explosive, and I can't wait for it. So hopefully that is a good explosive predominantly. All right, let us kick it off with this. I can't not play this. What are you talking about? Of course this has to be played on the Labe. When the unplugged version sounds even better than the original. And if I can just get it to zoom in a little bit here. Here we go. 2 minutes and 10 seconds of absolute glory. And it's going to be a little awkward here at the beginning because I'm going to have to get you guys to confirm to me that you have audio with the screen share. So let me know as soon as you hear something. Excellent.
Please come now. I think I'm falling. I'm holding on to what I think is safe. Seems I found the road to nowhere, and I'm trying to escape. I get back when I heard thunder, but I'm down to one last breath. And with it, let me say, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. I'm looking down, now that it's over, reflecting on all of my mistakes. I thought I found the road somewhere in this place. I cried out, heaven save me, I'm down to one last breath. And with it, let me say, feet
It needed to go for like one more minute. Oh, that whole performance is very much worth the listen. I sat down and listened to it a few months back. They got a whole sequence of songs. This was just from pretty recently too. I think it was within the last 5 years or so, something like that. Oh, there you go. Beautiful. Look at this. We got a couple of great man things here. Meet Rafael Vera Diaz, born in 1945, looking 55. Look at this. Imagine what the post-war consensus could have been. This was playful clip. Did you send it to me? Where'd you send it? Where you send that shit? Oh, here it is. Okay. Full clip. Yep, we got to do it. Hold on. Wrong screen, you bastard. Okay. I'm gonna go in about 2 minutes. So we pick up. Okay, most replayed. So we'll start from here.
Let me say. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. I'm so far down. Sad eyes follow me, but I still believe there's something left for me. So please come stay with me. Oh, I still believe there's something left for you and me, for you and me, for you and me.
I just got a notification from Seth Levy on Twitter. He's tweeted something. I assume he's talking about Scott Bessent. And it just said, "Tell him, Scott." And that's what I'm saying. Tell him, Scott.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Be strong now. I think I'm falling, holding on to all I think is safe.
Yeah. He's like, my voice could barely get those notes out now. Well done, Scott. Incredible. Thank you, Mr. Sue. So yes, right here. Thank you, honey. What the post-war consensus could have been. This man was born in 1945. This man may have shared a planet with the great Uncle H. Potentially, depending on when in 1945 he was born. 80 years young. Look at this guy.
I said, "Do you speak my language?" He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich.
Kind of looks like he's
And he said,
banging around his big balls. They're probably small, honestly.
Can you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover.
Look at my RFK American. Aboriginal Biden. He does. Get it, old man. He's not just strong, he's live. Cable says this Nick definitely wakes up with a good ball slap session. Have you guys ever tried that? I'm not ashamed to admit I have. I've tried it. Don't get very far. The videos of those guys that are just fucking hammering away at their nutsack, they have built up to that for a long time, I can tell you. Because holy shit. I don't know whether it would take longer to train yourself to just pull your nuts up inside of you, so you're not actually even hitting your own nuts, or if it's or longer to actually build up the tolerance to do it. You guys haven't seen these videos? You haven't seen the videos of the guys like slapping their own nutsack as like a way of, I don't know. It's like vril maxing or something. Let me see if I can find one of these. Hold on. I don't even know what to... I can't Google this. There's no way. Let's say ball slapping. Really don't want to click the media only tab on this one. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing anything, and I don't want to sit here and go too far down this. Yeah, what have I done? There's one guy in particular. He's one of these like super crazy kooky schizo. His name might even be like Health Nut or something on Instagram. Certified Health Nut. Is that what it is? Hold on. I might have to treat you guys to this moment here. Certified. It just occurred to me that I think that is what. Yeah, Troy Casey. Yes. This guy. Okay, hold on. I gotta scroll. I don't know when was the last time he posted one of these. Oh no. Has it been that long? Did he stop doing it? Yeah, I wouldn't be freaking surprised if he stopped doing it. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing one here. So if you guys really want to know, it's a way of apparently increasing your testosterone or something like that. And I kind of looked into it once upon a time. Just, there's a picture of him sunning his butthole. That's cool. Butthole was not shown. Yeah, he's one of those guys. The guys that go out and sun their own buttholes. He's one of them. Certified Health Nut on Instagram. You can go dig through it and see if you can find one of those if you really want to. He's like standing over a fire in just like a loincloth kind of, and just fucking hammer it away at his own nutsack for all he's worth. Like up underneath it, just like, and he's like deep breathing, hyperventilating, and it's supposed to like really stimulate the juices, I suppose. But so I was kind of like, okay, I guess I'll see how much would it take to build up to something like that. And it definitely does get you perked up, but that's more of just kind of like an adrenaline rush. Yeah, I couldn't get much force behind it, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. That's not a... Yeah, when you wake up, punch yourself in the nuts. Yeah, wake anyone up. I'm not going to read that out loud, Isaac. Someone who... You guys can read that with your own eyes. Bobby Baldbag says, all I can think about is the bald Asians playing sack tap myself times 100. Yeah. I guess that might be a way of, there was a guy I saw recently, a story about a guy that decided he wanted to see if he could make his skin bulletproof. So he started shooting himself with, he started low with low pressure airsoft or something like that, and worked his way up to BBs. And I can't remember if he actually got to a 22 or not, or was close to it or something like that But I think he took like years of this, just shooting himself regularly with increasing velocity and weight, with the goal to try to make himself bulletproof. So maybe hormesis, that's the term. I was trying to think of the term hormesis, that's where you like give yourself a little bit of the poison, not enough to actually hurt you, but you do it for a sustained enough time where you build up a tolerance to it. So maybe that's what it is. Like, if you don't want to have the possibility of being incapacitated by a nut strike, then you just take as long as you need to you wake up in the morning and you just pound away at your nutsack for all you can take. You build up enough to where someone could just straight up kick you in the nads, and that's where they wham, and you just sit there and grin at them, and you're like, I've prepared for this day. See, now, okay, on the flip side of the last video, we got the spry muscular old man. Now, let's go to the opposite end of the age curve. Another celebration of great and powerful men. This guy gives a 1-week product review of a human baby. There's a lot you can learn about this guy just from this video alone.
Here's my 1-week product review of a human baby. Human babies can come in lots of different colors. This one originally came in yellow, but in the sunlight kind of turned pink, which is kind of cool. I did not film the unboxing because it was stressful and loud. And the package this product arrived in was damaged a little bit upon delivery, but is in repair. Actually lost about 2 liters. It goes through random shutdowns. So like in the middle of using it, it just kind of shuts down, takes a couple hours to restart. Major leakage issues, and the accessories, that's really get you. For fuel, currently runs on milk, but pretty excited for it to be running on Dirty Dr. Pepper. Maintenance is pretty straightforward. You just feed it, change it, sleep it, kind of like bop it. But yeah, product is surprisingly durable.
Do not bop it.
The new human smell is just to die for. Side effects, I think, are just kind of increased overall purpose and humility, but overall, highly recommend.
This guy is absolutely... So what I learned from that, this guy is absolutely a Mormon, Dirty Dr. Pepper, and the reason I don't say a possibly not a Mormon is because you could see the art behind him, the way he's dressed, and the fact that he has clearly got multiple children. He has had probably at least 2, if not at least 3, before he got to this one. And you can tell by the way that he's holding it. He's not hurting it at all. Baby's perfectly fine. He's perfectly content, but a new parent would not hold a baby that age like that because they But now he's a couple in and he's perfectly comfortable holding the baby, no problem. He's like, yep, look at this. Look at the baby, kind of moving around, swinging it around. It's stimulating to the baby, but baby's seems awake, but is relaxed and hanging out. The package it came in is just being repaired. Lost 2 liters. I love the fact that the dude he's absolutely dressed to the nines to give a product review. Now it says a 1-week product review. It was actually only about 1 minute. So a little false advertising there from dudes posting their W's. But in spite of that, go follow dudes posting W's on X if you want to make sure that you have. If you're complaining about your algorithm or you're tired of seeing doom porn or whatever else, go follow dudes posting their W's and just engage with it a few times. Tell the algorithm I want more like this, and your timeline will be flooded with some of the most wholesome stuff you could ever imagine. Speaking of wholesome, the great patriot, Royal Surf, has dropped this one on the timeline. He's just the one, a lot of people were talking about it, but he's the one I saw it from. A little bit of time I've been able to go on and bookmark some things. There's a Chinese company that has a very unique marketing strategy here. They don't understand the things I want for Christmas.
Brother, Merry Christmas. They don't understand the things I want for Christmas. All my brothers, Johnny, brother, Merry Christmas. Brother, Merry Christmas. Brother.
All my brothers jolly. You jolly brothers. Let's get another Erica for that.
Auf der einen
Hire Hitler. Hire Hitler. Speaking of Hitler, national revival, another banger. Total victory can only be achieved through unwavering loyalty to President Donald J. Trump. Okay, small rant incoming. I posted this earlier today, and I just thought of it now. I didn't prepare it for the show, but I just thought of it now. I saw that the Indiana state Republicans cucked out, made some sort of deal with the Democrats in Maryland, and rejected the redistricting plan to ensure that the Democrats will retain 2 seats in the House. They were going to go to a 9-0 state, staying at 7-2 for 2026 because the Republican-controlled Senate, the Republicans voted it down. In spite of both Trump and Vance explicitly saying, you need to make this happen. Now, if you're in the King Pill Discord, you might have seen there's good things coming for Indiana. We've got patriots on the inside. But this is a perfect example of why blackpilling is fucking treason. And every single one of these retarded doomsburgs is going to bristle up at that. You want me to have faith in a man? Got what I voted for again. You guys are such fucking retards. It's so simple. Part of the reason these cucks, you don't have to like Republicans. You don't have to trust in them or believe in them. You just have to understand how they work. It's very simple. You don't understand how they work. You think you're smarter than they are, but they're outsmarting you. It's so simple. The reason they felt like they had the latitude to make this move is because they're questioning Trump's inevitability. If Trump had the full-throated, complete backing of the people, and it was just daily broadsides against any Republican who will not bend the knee to the God Emperor, they wouldn't feel like they could get away with this. This is why the dooming, the blackpilling, this is why it's straight up seditious. There's one simple fucking rule. And you can check completely out of politics if you're so depressed and demoralized about it. Go pick up a hobby somewhere. The reason why, this is another breaking slop thing that everybody chimped about. But I'll say this, the reason why Trump is considering the possibility of removing taxes on gambling is because he wants you to have a fucking productive hobby. Now, of course, he was just asked, would you consider doing that? And he was like, oh yeah, maybe. And someone breaking slopped it, and everyone, Trump's thinking about removing taxes on... This is how it happens. You get hit with a relentless barrage of these things every single day. And if you're not focused, if you're not second-guessing and questioning each one of these things, you're just like a boomer watching CNN and believing whatever the television host tells you. You just believe whatever the breaking slop account tells you. And you see enough of it, and you're like, oh, well, there's a pattern here. How could you not recognize this pattern? The pattern is that there is a... No, Mr. Stu, gambling is not productive. That's the point. That's the joke. It is productive compared to the doomspurging. The pattern doesn't actually exist. The pattern that does exist is breaking slop accounts who have you psychologically modeled. And they know precisely how to trigger you. Is this some sort of deep state op? Or is this just cynical people who understand how the algorithm works and they know that all these fucking doomsburgs are like Pavlov's dog? I heard people say before that the actual proper interpretation of Pavlov's dog is that the dog had trained him to ring a bell before he fed him. That's kind of what's happening here. You guys think you're Pavlov and you're actually the dog. You are. This is so incredibly simple. This is a bell curve meme, and you guys are pinned at the top of the midwit. It's incredibly simple.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
That's it. That's all you have to do. There's a point. Jason Miranchuk has made this point before that as he was converting to Christianity, he began to realize that the liberal atheist lie that like you can ascertain right from wrong, like moral relativism, is vastly too much of a burden to put on individual people's psyches. People can't handle that. You're offering someone the burden of being God without the power of it and expecting them to just be okay. No, some of this stuff is just, you shouldn't have to sit here and try to parse through all of this and take this burden on yourself. No. You're tired of Congress being traitorous? Back them into a fucking corner. If you don't do what Trump says, we're going to fucking vote for him even harder. You want to stick it to the Republicans? Vote for them. They don't want you to. They want to make a big show of it and then do backroom deals to ensure that they get the pressure taken off of them. Because they think they'll get the pressure taken off of them. You hate the GOP? You want to see the GOP burn? Fucking vote for it. That's how you burn them. We don't want Congress doing anything. We want Congress staying out of it altogether. We want Congress and the executive branch to be hand in hand, lockstep. The larger the majority you give the Republicans, the more obligated to Trump they are. They don't want to win. That's the whole point. I've seen, if you make this observation, they don't want to win. They just want to lose. Therefore, I'm going to let them lose because I hate them so much. It's such a simple truth. It's encased right in that sentence. I hate the Republicans. They just want to lose. Then make them win. If they want to lose, make them win. If you make them lose, then you're just giving them exactly what they wanted. So actually, you're a dedicated devotee to the Republican Party. If you facilitate them losing, you are promoting their interests over the interests of the rest of the country. It's that simple. All you have to do is have complete, unwavering loyalty to your president. You may have heard of him, President Donald John Trump.
See, I'm so loyal to people. Maybe I'm loyal to a fault, but I'm so loyal to people that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror.
Can I have a pledge? A swearing.
Every single second, every day, I'm with you. I got a 6-foot cardboard box of President Trump in my house, and I salute that every single day.
Top
and
patriot!
I pray and tell him, Mr. President, I pray for your safety today. And I'm not lying. I do that every single day.
Raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I, no matter how I feel, no matter what the conditions, if there's hurricanes or whatever, that's good enough, will vote on or before the 12th for Donald J. Trump for president. Thank you. Now I know.
Yes, sir!
Don't forget, you all raised your hand, you swore. Bad things happen if you don't live up to what you just did. The death penalty.
Yes!
Bring it
See,
forth.
I'm so loyal to people. Maybe I'm loyal to a fault.
Death
but I'm
penalty
so
for
loyal to people
doomers.
that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror.
Just pure Kino. God bless National Revival, man. The death penalty for doomers.
We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
Oh. Okay. I mean, look at the man. Look at him. How is it difficult for you? How is it difficult for you to see this man and not immediately pledge your undying loyalty to him? He's with the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team.
What do I do with that strap?
Look at him! This man has dedicated his life to you.
You remember a certain governor in Massachusetts? When they put that helmet on, that was not good. Michael Dukakis. Yep. They put that helmet on, that was the end of his political career. Okay, that's it.
But the honor that you bestowed upon our team is something that's incredible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I feel it.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Have you noticed that every single person who meets him, who goes and like talks to him and meets him personally, comes away just changed? Even if they're hostile to him, they're different after that. You've seen this with guys like Bill Maher. There's others that have been really hostile to him, but then they go meet him and they come away and they're like, actually, he's really engaging and he's very kind. He's very attentive. He's very magnanimous, very gracious, always has time for people. This is a good man. I have a story that I wasn't gonna do today because I don't know that I would make it through it. Things are a little tattered on the edges right now. But a story about him and Melania. In a future episode, I'll read it. And he is a good man. And he has gone fully pot committed in spite of everything. They literally fucking shot him in the head. And he just doubled down harder. He's an old man. He's extraordinarily wealthy. He could have just gone away. But he said, no, they're trying to take my country. I'm going to take my country back. And so he did. For us, not just for himself, for Americans, because he loves America. He loves Americans. Your job is not to sit there and nitpick every single thing he does and nip at his heels and make demands and no. You want a fucking emperor? Treat the man like a fucking emperor. You're not going to get one by henpecking and schoolmarm nagging the prototype. Yes, Lady Milk, your president loves you, Anon. And literally all he asks of you is loyalty. Simply be loyal. Stay trusting. You think trusting is low IQ? It is. The low IQ people, it's sometimes easier for them to understand simple truths than it is the midwit. This is the definition of the midwit. The midwit doesn't understand simple truths because they drown it in complexity. The high IQ person knows how to navigate that complexity and arrive at the same conclusion. Dooming, counter-signaling, plan questioning. This is all midwit, gaytheist, libertarian behavior. And I'll have none of it. I mean, how can you question a man whose State Department is doing extraordinary things? Just earth-shattering, frankly. This is altering the trajectory of the State Department permanently. Remember I said that they've been comprehensive? They're even getting all the little details that nobody else would have thought about. Like this one. The latest strike in the Trump administration's war on woke. I mean, listen, you motherfuckers. Elon Musk told you that the woke mind virus is dead, and it's not coming back. So you shouldn't be surprised that the Trump administration is waging a comprehensive war on woke. Secretary Rubio orders the State Department to abandon using the Calibri typeface and to go back to Times New Roman. We are Times New Roman maxing in Donald Trump's America. We don't use gay-ass shitlib Calibri. We use Times New Roman like patriots. What time do we live in? We live in the time of New Rome. Blinken had state adopt Calibri since a sans serif typeface is easier for people who have a hard time reading. Fuck the illiterates. It's the Doomsburgs of the illiterates. Fuck the illiterates.
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
And this is actually a real story too. I didn't believe it was. I thought it was fake, and then I looked at Edward Wong, and I was like, he's diplomatic correspondent, New York Times. Seems like a serious. Is this a troll account? And I saw like some of the people who were following it, and I'm like, no, it's not a troll account. Here is the New York Times story. At State Department, a typeface falls victim in the war against woke. Yeah, go back to your shithole country if you need Calibri. I am known to be a Helvetica appreciator from time to time, Raymond Harmon. Helvetica is not bad. It's not bad. I can't remember the one that I used for a really long time, but there's nothing like Times New Roman, man. It's just the perfect American font. Someone pointed out that on Microsoft Office, Calibri is the default. I think it is. It's been a long time since I've used it, but that sounds right to me. And so they said they probably just made the change because they were too lazy to fix it. No. We go out of our way to be aesthetically pleasing and aspire to the highest order. We are going to comprehensively purge all manner of wokeness. We're not going to get all of it up front, but we're not going to leave out little details. These things matter. We're going to accord ourselves with dignity and professionalism. This strikes me as a Michael Anton move. This seems like exactly the sort of thing that would be a total bee in the bonnet to Michael Anton, and he'd be like, I'm going to bludgeon whichever staffers I need to into making this happen. I guess they wouldn't be staffers. They'd probably be like full-time employees. But doesn't matter. We are going to start drowning government contractors until this gets changed. Yes, Letty Milk, my president is exacting in his attention to detail. Aesthetics matter bigly. Yes, Barndon. But that's not the weirdest thing that I have seen today. I think this is, especially once I understood the context behind it. Because at first it just seemed like a really weird kind of shitpost. This is the first one that I saw, and I was like, it's kind of an odd mashup to make. But then I learned that there is more to this story. Nicki Minaj and a rare advance.
Man. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing.
My vice president has moves. Look at those hips.
Bees in the trap, bees in the trap. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. Bees in the trap, bees.
My president can break it down too. Look at him go.
Bees in the trap. Man, I'm been dead. Man, I'm been popped off. And if she ain't tryna give it up, she get dropped off. Let me bust that.
JD's blinged out.
Bust that open. Might spend a couple thou just to bust that open. Rip it off, no joking. Like your name Hulk Hogan. Niggas move weight in the south, but live
Hulk
in
Hogan. Rogan mentioned.
Bitch, I spit that crack like I'm in that trap. So if you need a hit, then I'm with that bag. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing.
Is that a Fitty sighting?
100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. I bees in the trap, bees in the trap. I bees in the trap, bees.
Yeah, that Christmas plate carrier the Don's wearing. That is, oh, come on. Give me this bullshit. Yeah, it goes hard. Yeah. Okay, so here's the context for this. Nicki Minaj is going hard in the paint for J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. She is suddenly one of the biggest, most vocal proponents of them, while just shitting all over Gavin Newsom repeatedly. The Trump War Room account tweeted this video on this. Nicki Minaj says, "Nothing brings me joy like the Vance memes." Nicki Minaj is a rare Vance appreciator. MAGA Minaj. I tried to put I was like Nicki Maganaj or something, and it didn't work visually. But nothing brings me joy like the Vance memes, and knowing he leaned into it like a boss. Top tier comedy, character equals 100. But make no mistake, Vance is an assassin. Don't debate him on anything. Quick as a computer, maybe quicker. He is the best blend I've ever seen of us and them. What did she mean by this? Is she saying that is she saying my vice president is a gangster? Is my vice president an African American icon? A cultural tour de force? Now, she's got the Chucky meme here. You'll understand that here in just a minute. But the Trump War Room account tweeted this. One of my favorite videos I've ever seen. I could listen to that on repeat for forever. Hot Bridges' Comrade Doyle would not be happy that you're leaning into this based black slop, Matt. You know, I that is true. John Doyle has his lane, and I've got mine. And our lanes are adjacent to each other. But when something like this happens, it's just my, 2010 me just can't handle it. Someone posted this, J.D. Vance and Nicki Minaj. Actually, this was the first one I saw, and I was like, what the hell? And then I scrolled past it, and then I saw the second one. I was like, okay, there's something going on.
It's Mix Moscato, it's friends in the bottle, it's Nicki full throttle, it's swimming in the grotto, we winning in the lotto, we dipping in the pot of blue flow.
I want to see JD learn this dance. Can you imagine? Like, just watch the Vance dance. I know. Just watch JD in the back. Imagine actual JD Vance doing. I mean, I know this is actual JD Vance, but imagine JD Vance doing this. I would be dead. And you know what? Like, once upon a time, I would have been like, no, there's no possible way. But he actually tweeted Nicki greater than Cardi. I did not have JD Vance weighing in on Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B on my bingo card for 2025, but we'll just put that. That's an extremely lengthy column, so we'll just add that to that column. So the Chucky meme that she keeps using here is a reference to Gavin Newsom. She says, "Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Ha ha. Not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav-nots. Gav out. Send in the next guy. I'm bored." Gav, she's workshopping it here. Not Gav, Gav-nots, Gav out. Gav-nots goes pretty hard. The Gav-nots, the Gavs and the Gav-nots. Then she says, Gavin is the cute boy who got everything handed to him because of how cute and sexy and hot and smoking he was. Oh, he was. Oh, she is just eviscerating him right under the rib cage. Just, oh, he's bleeding out. Oh, look at him, sitting there in that suit with the sneakers on. He thinks he's Tom Cruise. Only difference is his next mission is impossible. He should get another leading role. She's just firing these off one after another earlier this morning. She says, oh, Gavy Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It will make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace. Nicki Minaj trusts harder than like 50% of you motherfuckers at least. Nicki Minaj is putting you to shame. What have you guys reduced yourselves to? She's cooking, Gav. Then she posted this. On Christ the solid rock I stand. All other ground is sinking sand. All other ground is sinking sand. Free the Christians in Nigeria. Stop this now. Hashtag free Christians. I didn't know Nicki had it in her. I saw someone in the chat was saying something about how she was let's say she had the right positions on COVID. We'll put it that way. I don't know how much we can still push the limits on that. I'm sure with Kick it'll be fine, and I don't expect that this video is going to last on YouTube. So I guess it's too late now. Anybody who's listening to this has already realized that it's not on YouTube. If you're listening later on, yeah, we got to give Nicki a salute.
Salute.
Yeah, apparently she's been meeting with the UN ambassador, with Mike Waltz, and she's becoming a political icon now. She's entering her I don't know, maybe like her Beyonce arc, but better, hopefully, maybe. Nicki Dolph Minajler. Let's get an Erica for Nicki Dolph Minajler. So anyways, that's what's going on with Nicki Minaj, apparently. I gotta be honest, I did not expect to ever talk about Nicki Minaj on Nazi Minaj. I did not expect to talk about Nicki Minaj on the Astrolabe one day, but here we are. Yeah, she's just going through a manic phase like Kanye, probably, yeah. But yeah, we'll see what happens with it. We enjoy fun schizo things here, so we'll see where it goes. The administration is going out of their way to engage with her, so meh. Okay. Napoleon on Jesus. This is from Atlas Press posted this. There's whole books on theology that don't get anywhere near these thoughts from Napoleon on Jesus. Go. There we go. So this is Napoleon himself writing this. Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne, and myself have founded great empires. But upon what did these creations of our genius depend? Upon force. Jesus alone founded his empire upon love, and to this very day, millions will die for him. I think I understand something of human nature, and I tell you, all these were men, and I am a man. None else is like him. Jesus Christ was more than a man. I have inspired multitudes with such an enthusiastic devotion that they would have died for me. But to do this, it was necessary that I should be visibly present with the electric influence of my looks, my words, of my voice. He's just as humble as our great president. When I saw men and I spoke to them, I lighted up the flame of self-devotion in their hearts. Christ alone has succeeded in so raising the mind of man toward the unseen that it becomes insensible to the barriers of time and space. Across a chasm of 1,800 years, Jesus Christ makes a demand which is beyond all others difficult to satisfy. He asks for that which a philosopher may often seek in vain at the hands of his friends, or a father of his children, or a bride of her spouse, or a man of his brother. He asks for the human heart. He will have it entirely to himself. He demands it unconditionally, and forthwith his demand is granted. Wonderful. In defiance of time and space, the soul of man, with all its powers and faculties, becomes an annexation to the empire of Christ. All who sincerely believe in him experience that remarkable supernatural love toward him. This phenomenon is unaccountable. It is altogether beyond the scope of man's creative powers. Time, the great destroyer, is powerless to extinguish this sacred flame. Time can neither exhaust its strength nor put a limit to its range. This is it which strikes me most. I have often thought of it. This is it which proves to me quite convincingly the divinity of Jesus Christ. There's whole books on theology that don't get anywhere near these thoughts from Napoleon on Jesus. I did not know. I mean, I'm no great Napoleon scholar, but I had no idea that he had this in him. I also understand even better now why he got banished to some remote island and held there until he died. Because if this is the sort of thing that he had going on inside his heart and mind, he was a dangerous, dangerous man. And I think it's almost, there actually is a humility to what he's saying here. I have inspired multitudes with such an enthusiastic devotion that they would have died for me. But to do this, it was necessary that I should be visibly present with the electric influence of my looks, my words, of my voice. When I saw men and spoke to them, I lighted up the flame of self-devotion in their hearts. This is obviously true. It's obviously true that he had that effect on people. And he was self-aware enough to know it and utilize it, capitalize on it. Yet in recognizing his own personal greatness, it actually drew him to humble submission toward Christ, because he was like, I am objectively, obviously, an extraordinarily great man who is singularly capable of inspiring millions to the point where they will go die for me. And yet, he does it without even being physically present. Actually, he's like, all I can do is just like use my physical appearance and my voice and my persuasion skills and stuff. But I'm so weak, I have to actually like physically be there, and with the Christ just does it effortlessly. So there's actually there's a great humility in him recognizing his own greatness. He's like, I'm so great, it doesn't even matter. Because for as great and singular and as phenomenal as I am, it just pales in comparison to Christ. All I have is my short king energy. Yeah. So there's a good history of powerful short kings, And it's really a bummer that a guy like this got stuck with a thing like Napoleon syndrome, because how many of these people, how many fucking villains from history do I have to find out were actually truly great men? Not just like great men in the sense that even there are villains who can be great men, who can satisfy that category of the great men of history. You can be an evil villain and still satisfy that category. But at this point now, basically anybody that is portrayed to me as an evil villain, and it kind of doesn't matter from whose perspective. I'm sort of kind of coming around on FDR just a little bit, maybe not fully pot committed to it yet, but it's starting to kind of click for me. And I'm realizing just how thoroughly I have been lied to about every single thing that I thought I believed in. Like, I've always known Napoleon was a great man and all of that. But, yeah, man. Yeah, Raymond Harmon, talk about deception. Oh, the fury it instills in me now. Yes. Like, every one of these guys, it was sort of like, yeah, they were great and they were majestic and everything, but really deep down, they were like really degenerate and power thirsty and cruel and I think it's wrong about every single person. Every single person that's ever been portrayed that way to me now, I just kind of default assume, okay, this is his enemies, the people who hated him lying about him to me. I'm just going to have that default perspective now, and you got to change my mind. One other thing from him, and this is actually a valuable political insight. I think it's worth remembering, especially for, I mean, the Doomsburgs at this point are basically kind of a hopeless case, so I may just be preaching to the choir with this one, but this is worth considering. Most people, it seems especially the guys who spend all of their time studying elite theory and power are almost the ones who've gotten so close, like conceptually so close to it, that they kind of lose sight of what it actually is, and they don't recognize it when they see it. They've got their brain kind of twisted up about what power actually looks like, and regime change and revolution and the circulation of the elites and all of this. Like, you can't be an elite theory understander and also an accelerationist or a revolutionary. These things don't work. They don't go together. They're mutually exclusive. This is Napoleon on why Caesar was so nice to his enemies after he won the Civil War. This is from Alex Petkus at Cost of Glory on X, who I just realized follows me. It's funny getting to the point where all of a sudden, humble brag, I guess, to the point where all of a sudden I get, I randomly come across people who have way more followers than I do, and I see that they're following me, and I'm like, oh, interesting. I didn't see when that happened. Do you see what I see here? There's some patriots down here. We got our master propagandist and Forever Bulk, two of our greatest patriots. He says, this is Napoleon on why Caesar was so nice to his enemies after he won the Civil War. Quoting, among nations and during revolutions, there is always an aristocracy. If you destroy it in the form of the nobility, it will immediately be recreated among the rich and powerful families of the Third Estate. If you destroy it among these, it will resurface among successful artisans and the people. A prince gains nothing by such a displacement of the aristocracy. In other words, the aristocracy is kind of like it's sort of like trying to grab soap in the bathtub. The more you try to grab at it, it just scoots away, and you can't actually grab it. So trying to eliminate the aristocracy and replace the aristocracy is not. Aristocracy is a category that will always exist in society. And if you eliminate one, you just form another one. And that other one isn't beholden to you. Because if you go after that one and try to control it and necessarily eliminate it, it'll just recreate itself elsewhere. And you're just going to play whack-a-mole. A prince gains nothing by such a displacement of the aristocracy. On the contrary, he restores order by letting it continue in its natural state, by reconstituting the ancient families on new principles. In other words, you offer the existing power brokers, the existing status quo, you offer them the opportunity to reincorporate themselves, to come in and bend the knee. You don't build something wholly new and altogether different on the outside and then try to combat them. You have to absorb them and redirect them and make them follow you. Such a state of affairs was more necessary than ever at Rome. In order to maintain its superiority, Rome, the ruler of the universe, needed the magic attaching to men with names like Scipio, Emilius Paulus, Metellus, Claudius, Fabius, and so on. This is from Commentaries on the Wars of Julius Caesar. Raymond Harmon says, in any complex system, roles must exist. Any attempt to remove the role will simply cause a vacuum to develop, demanding its role be filled. Yes. Yes. So this is worth thinking about as you look at the different moves the Trump administration makes with respect to the existing powers that be. Everyone wants to see all the rich, powerful bad guys just get put in leg irons. But that is not the way to conduct an actual circulation of power. Kingless Kingdom. Before I show this, I'm going to give you an opportunity to fix there's a typo on it. There's a typo on it. Go look for it. This is perfect. This is phenomenal. This needs to go far and wide. But there is a typo. It's the same typo twice. So I'll give you an opportunity to fix it and then just retag me in it and I'll pull it up. Okay. So that was there's the pre-show and then that was the intro. Now this is when we start having some fun. You guys thought you were having fun to this point? Oh, buddy. I have got something for you. Thank you, Elias Shu. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for you stayed here late tonight. It's good to have you. All right. So, let us proceed with the great Tucker Carlson and Theo Von. I'm telling you, I paused this like 4 minutes and 30 seconds in to post, I don't even remember where it was, some group chat or something, to post that this is legitimately one of the funniest things that I've ever heard. I'm crying laughing. And there was a minute and 11 seconds of the intro that I skipped. So they just dive right on in here. If you guys saw the first Tucker and Theo interview, that was the one, they talk about it right here at the very beginning. That was the one where Tucker talked about the particular qualities of nicotine pouches that resulted in the eventual creation of ALP. He kind of tells the story here at the beginning. But this conversation between the two of them is very wide-ranging, and it is fucking hilarious. Theo is a very sensitive young man, and I've seen a number of our guys who have counter-signaled him when he talks about kind of being scared and like there's like seems like there's like dark stuff that's going on that we're not allowed to know about, and he's they've been like, oh, this is totally not it, like, oh, he doesn't get it. But I'm like, you don't get Theo. Theo is just a sensitive young man, good old boy. He just wants to have fun. He is one of the most good-hearted people on the entire planet. Yeah, I hope he does find Christ. You could tell how empty he feels. He's empty, he's scared, he recognizes he has influence, he likes doing the stuff that he's doing, but he also feels in over his head and is just an extremely kind soul. And he's also funny as hell. And the dynamic between him and Tucker is tremendous. So, I've got myself a 9 milligram zone here, dragon fruit zone. A friend of mine gave me one of these before. And I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to give it the 12s are a little bit much. I'm going to see how I can do with a 9 here. We'll see how long it lasts. But now we begin the recent conversation between Tucker Carlson and Theo Von. Wait, hold that thought. I'm edging you guys. There it is. Kingless Kingdom. One of our great patriots. Look at this. Look at this. You guys need to go save this one. And you need to... Oh, I forgot I was already sharing. You guys need to go save this one. And spread it far and wide. There's the midwit. Plan trusting is so low IQ. Trust the plan, Patriot. That's right, Patriot. Trust the plan. My president loves his retards. I'm one of my president's proudest retards. I am proud to be one of his retards, serving my president. Look at my Downs American. Yes. You know the video of him with all the Downey boys with set to how to save a life. Yes. Thank you, Kingless Kingdom. I'll retweet this, and you can go follow our great friend. He's an excellent poster. He's one of the great Great low follower reply, guys. Who needs many more followers? Follow by Captive Dreamer. Look at you, man. Yeah. Go follow our boy. Make sure you get that meme spread around. Bludgeon the Panicans with it. Make them hate themselves.
We want to support Alp too, so I'm excited about that.
Well, that started on the show, which is kind of weird.
That Alp started on the show? Oh, yeah, that's right.
It was your show. You did it. It's when they threatened me. It's when PMI, Philip Morris, wrote me this letter. You were on a well-known comedian's podcast, and you said this about our product. And I was like, fuck you, and started my own. And it's been really
Patriot.
So I'm grateful.
So did they get upset about anything you said on the show?
On your show?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I said it was like a boner cure or whatever. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
It's Viagra, which it totally is.
You think nicotine helps your erection?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it helps mine.
I don't think you're using enough.
I mean, I've hit a vape like I'm just, like I'm keeping a train going,
Mid-act?
Like keeping like a Amtrak, like I'm leading
It's
an
hard
Amtrak.
to vape while you're actually engaged in, right? But that's the beauty of a pouch. You can double up during.
Oh, I like that.
I mean, that's
Well, let's have like a
just
battery
what
pack.
doctors recommend. I'm not, obviously. Nothing to do with me.
I'm still like using fire, It's like if I'm sitting there just huffing on a vape, killing time. Also, if you're not getting an erection, you're trying to kill time until you get one. That's the toughest thing that people never talk about erectile dysfunction.
Really?
Yeah, because you're like...
It's like waiting at the DMV, kind of?
Yeah, kind of.
Waiting for some lady to call you? Is that... Yeah, it's the same.
If it's maybe that's that girl Bonnie Blue. She's like number 49 or whatever.
Not ready.
Just give me a couple minutes. No, dude, the lies I would used to have to make up because I had pretty bad erectile dysfunction, like in my 20s, and the lies I'd have to make up.
Wait. Without getting too personal, how did you have erectile dysfunction in your 20s?
Dude, I moved in with a guy who.
Okay, mistake number one.
Right, for sure, that didn't help. But that's because he had a script of wiener pills, and so I'd get over there, so I'd nibble off of his wiener pills, and this is when wiener pills were really first popular. When they were first out of the gate, when people you had to get prescription, right? Now you can just do like telehealth. Now you can get some Indian guy who'll just mail you a bag of them, And they have saffron on them, which is sometimes it's kind of a lot, but you take what you can get. But dude, I would stay over with him, and he would and he didn't notice. He would drink a lot, so he didn't notice. Sometimes I would like cut one in half or just take one, But so I was living with like a 70-year-old dude just to cops part of his wiener pill script because
So you were a kept man. Viagra kept you there.
Yeah. But dude, that was a crazy. But when I think back of the reality of that,
Yeah. Fair. Even by LA standards, that's pretty far out.
Yeah.
Usually you move in with a sugar daddy for like the cocaine or something, but you were there for the boner pills. But can I ask, how do you think you wound up meeting him in the first place at that age?
just too much mental, too much in my head, Like I would try to be getting a boner or whatever, and my brain would be like, "You got a little boner, bitch," or whatever. Like my brain did not like me, So and we lived together, and so it was like a constant battle. But then I think as I've gotten older and gotten more calm, it's been easier. It's just been more calm.
That's so interesting. So you were like,
So this is exactly where I stopped it. This is exactly where I paused it, and I had to go tell. I don't remember who it was. I was like, "What? How is this real? This is just tremendous. Give me, just pump this into my veins. We need to have Tucker Carlson and Theo Vaughn just host a show together, just the two of them." Weekly, monthly, whatever, just talking shit about literally anything. They could describe the process of grass growing, and it would be hilarious. The dynamic, the vibe between them is, this is on 1 1/4.
like trying to defeat yourself?
Yes, I would be like, or if I couldn't get it started, it was just like, man, And so then you're killing time. You're like, hey, it's like, you want to watch a pro, it's like, let's put on a movie, just like trying to kill time while you're waiting to get a boner. It's very, that's a tough gig. That should be an Olympic sport, I think.
Like the biathlon.
Yeah.
It's weird, but there are a few people in the world really good at it.
Really?
Yeah. Well, biathlon for sure. I don't know, boner waiting. Biathlon is the cross country. Right. I don't think it's not actually certified yet. But
2 chuds, 1 pouch. Holy shit. Mr. Sue, Tucker Carlson owes you like $50 million. 2 chuds, 1 pouch. That has to happen. This needs to be willed into the universe. 2 chuds, 1 pouch. Incredible.
No, biathlon is the cross-country skiing and then shooting.
Oh, yeah. I have seen that. That's pretty fun.
Well, it's wild because these guys are just like huffing. Imagine being oxygen deprived and then trying to shoot straight or do anything, really.
Oh, look, this is the skill we're all going to need probably in a few years if we want to survive. So I think that
100%.
this is...
That might be the way to do it. That might be the way to will this into reality. Maybe I wonder if I could do that. I don't know if either one of them would be like really gimme about the their own likeness or whatever. But just put the two of them together on like their heads together, both of them laughing on a shirt, or like Theo just looking kind of retarded like he usually does, with Tucker doing his Tucker laugh face, and then have like an Alp thing there or something like that. Just create it and send it to him and see if we could will this into the universe.
Very important.
Totally agree.
But does Alp, so Alp is your brand?
Alp is our brand. We started it because of your show, because the first and only other time I've been here, we were in some other city.
We're in Bellagio. We were in the Bellagio.
Vegas,
in
right.
Vegas.
Sorry. And I had it and you said, what's that? And I made a joke about how it was a marital aid or something. Not even a funny joke. And then about a week later, I got a letter from the general counsel's office at Philip Morris International, which owns Zyn. And they said, how dare you make unsubstantiated medical claims about our product? And I was like,
wait until Tucker starts going. He's the next little bit here. He starts going in on Zyn in the most Tucker fashion ever.
First of all, I'm shilling your product just to be nice because I like it. And now you're scolding me for making a boner joke, which, by the way, was a compliment. And
yeah, if somebody's zenning and they're suddenly, they got that dong going, who cares? You know what I'm saying?
I thought it was funny. I thought it was a compliment, but they were so corporate and nasty with me that I decided I'm going to make a competing product, and we did. And then around that time, probably about a week or two later, I asked around. I never really asked anyone about Zyn, and I found out that almost every other person using Zyn was using it rectally. I literally had no idea.
They were using it what? They were
rectally. Yeah, they use it rectally. Most Zyn users use it rectally, and I didn't know that.
What?
Yeah.
Where at? Like 5 Kappas or whatever?
No. Just normal consumers of it. Like, in fact, in a lot of places when you buy it, you get a little tube of, I don't know if you ever bought it, you get like a little tube of Vaseline and some surgical gloves. No, I'm serious. And I had no idea.
It took Theo a minute. He's not sure now.
And I was like, in a country of 350 million people, like there should be a pouch for your mouth.
Yeah.
It shouldn't all be rectal use. And by the way, I'm not in any way judging at all. I think it's consistent with like other parts of their lives. But whatever. I was like, this country needs an oral use only pouch.
Yeah.
And so we made one.
And so you guys made one.
Yeah.
But this is such good marketing too. Like he's just daring them to come after him now. He's just daring them, but saying the pouch you use for your mouth. We have an oral use only nicotine pouch. That's fucking hilarious, man. I wish I would have come up with that myself. We're gonna have a nicotine pouch and we're gonna advertise it as the oral use only one. Oh, it's consistent with the rest of their lives. Oh my God, Tucker. Yeah, the most waspy way to call Zyn users gay.
But I didn't know any of that. And I'm like hapless, I'm putting it in my mouth. And occasionally people look at me like on a plane or whatever. I put it in my mouth and they would give me that look like, that's not what you're supposed to do with that. But I didn't even know. I didn't have any reference points for it. But you learn stuff as you age.
Yeah. If you're using that third jaw, I think, to catch a nicotine hit, that's pretty wild.
Well, the problem is you can overdo it and you forget. It's hard to keep track of how many are there. You know what I mean? And you can just, a lot of things happen. I've never done it, but I have talked to people who are into it.
It'll build up like a beaver dam back there, I feel like. That's crazy. Tucker, good to see you, man. Here we are. We've already discussed erectile dysfunction, which I admitted I had, which is definitely never going to help my dating life, but here we are.
No, I think it makes you more relatable, less threatening. I bet you get a lot of calls after this, actually.
Well, I will say this, though. If you took an erection pill, say you went on a date or something that was going pretty well and you took part of, or you nibbled off a little piece, because do not make the mistake of taking a whole one.
What happened?
Dude, I couldn't even hug somebody goodbye. I was just like... like
in seventh grade again.
Oh, dude, yeah. Cabs were stopping. It was like, what do you want? So that wasn't good, dude. Like that was, you take a whole one, dude. People will start hanging their coats on you and stuff. It's really, it can be a lot. But yeah, you would just nibble off enough. You started to gauge how much you needed. You'd nibble off.
I feel like you could become dependent on it though.
Oh, you definitely did. But at a certain point, it like alleviated like the fear of it alleviated the fear.
Your performance anxiety.
Right.
Yeah.
It kind of like, so then after a while, you didn't need it all the time. So it kind of...
that sounds helpful.
Yeah. It was kind of like training wheels in a way, type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude, totally.
Yeah. Like you use it and then you don't need it. But yeah, dude, that was a weird time. Dude, one time I was over there and so the dude, like...
I guarantee you, there's going to be guys who are going to stick nicotine pouches in their ass because of this, just to see what it's like. They're curious. Now they're like, I wonder. You're going to get, Tucker I guarantee, I've seen the shit people do on the internet. There is way crazier things than putting nicotine pouches in your ass. So just full disclosure, I am never putting a nicotine pouch in my ass. That is an exit-only zone. But I guarantee you, there is someone out there who heard this and they were like, when I get home, No, not even that. They went to a rest stop. They pulled over, they went into a gas station, they went into the bathroom, and they were like, we're going to give this a shot. Because these guys, I know these guys, especially the Zen users, they're grody as hell. They're like, wait a second, I was doing it wrong.
We only had one bedroom, so I would just sleep on the couch, right?
Are you sure that's not more to the story?
There's nothing more.
Okay. So an older man moves you into his house and gives you boner pills, but it's totally on the level. Like, there was nothing weird at all.
And my friend's dad.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Okay.
It's my friend's dad. And I think he like cheated on his wife or something, so he got kicked out.
Yeah.
And I was looking for a place to live. Anyway, I used to go, like, I was learning the guitar at the time, and so he would have this lady stay over sometimes, and he would have me come in there and play music to him in the dark and shit, and I just learned how to play Tears in Heaven.
Just to stand back and with no prior knowledge of the story at all, but just to like assess the facts as you've laid them out. You get invited to live with an older man.
Yep.
And a girl.
He was athletic. He played tennis.
Yeah, for sure. Who has a stash of boner pills, and then he invites you into the bedroom with him and the girl to serenade them.
Yes, at night, kind of.
And this never got freaky at all. Like, not for one second. You're like, that's totally normal.
Yeah, not at all. But it was weird enough.
Tucker laugh.
It's the most LA story ever.
It happened.
So true.
Oh, no way. I was thinking you were like Kato Kalin in the guest house.
No. This happened in downtown New Orleans, dude. And I used to borrow his car. It wouldn't turn off. If you turned it off, you couldn't turn it back on. So you had to leave it running all the time. And you had to like...
Burning like tiki masala-ups. Masala Alps. Bobby Ballbags. Get some slutty milks in the chat.
Put gas into it. So I'd use his car to go to school over there at Loyola, and I would just leave it run. I would just like leave it running all day, dude. Anyway, Tucker Carlson, good to see you, man.
It's great to see you.
Great to see you. Congrats on Alp. Is it doing well? I remember I went to y'all's party last year, and there was a lot of neat people there.
Yeah.
Josh Smith was there, I remember. Lexi was there. Mel Gibson was there last year. Did he come?
Yep.
That was really nice of him. He's a great guy.
He's a great guy. And there are a lot of people. Yeah, no, it's actually done.
Jimmy John was there.
Love Jimmy John Leotot, one of my favorites. Vince Vaughn, all, good guys. People who like nicotine. Nicotine super important. This country's gotten far sadder and less healthy since it was discouraged, and it's coming back. And I think it shows. Like, people are just happier. But no, the company's done. So I've never been in business. I've never sold anything. I've only talked for a living. I didn't grow up around business. I know nothing about it. I'm terrible at math. So yeah, it's done really well. So well that I feel a little bit embarrassed. But still, we have a big factory near here, 14 manufacturing lines, and it's cool.
Wow.
I like it.
Yeah?
It's actually been the single most amusing and purely fun thing I've ever done. Of course, I have no role in like the business. You would never allow me near a business ever. But I'm super enthusiastic. I help pick the name and the design and the flavors. Like, I know a lot.
Oh yeah, 14. 14, huh? How many wonder how many cartons they're producing an hour. Tucker, you must tell us. Oh, yeah, 88 employees. Cheeky says, Zen is so easy to your lip compared to other brands that carve my lip up that people might actually be plugging them. I haven't had any of the, Ons really fucked up my lips. The Rogues have never done it to me. The Alps have never done it to me. I don't think that what's this one called? The Zones. I had a couple of these before, and I don't think they did. I'll let you know if the 9 milligram is if it does it. But when I did these, the worst that it's ever been was with the Kicks. I don't know why I can never remember the name of it. But the Kick 12 milligrams, these things felt like I took a cheese grater to the inside of my lip. I don't know if that's a feature of those kinds of pouches, or if it's just the extra content, extra nicotine content.
But I'm super enthusiastic. I help pick the name and the design and the flavors. Like, I know a lot about that because I'm a lifelong nicotine user, over 40 years. I know a lot about nicotine, but I know nothing about business. So I'm not involved in any of that. My college roommate runs it and is, my best friend. So but I hear about it. But basically, yeah, it's been wildly successful because I think people want a pouch that you can put in your mouth. You don't have to put it in your butt. And a lot of people felt like they did. There's just a lot of pressure to do that. And you feel it all around you. Like, oh, no, it's totally cool. All the guys are doing it. And some people are like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to go to like a Tiesto or a John Summit or a Levity concert, or have to go to like a Widespread Panic concert to get somebody to boof it into my butt
100%.
through a straw or something. It's like, how do you even get help getting it in if you need help?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think for a lot of people, Zen is a group activity. Like, it happens, with like friends.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Tears in heaven. Like, that's I can't believe that was the song I played, and that's what they made me play, dude. Would you know?
Shut up.
That's the only first.
When you were serenading the boner pill guy and his girlfriend?
Yeah, what do you think I would play? I only knew that, and Every Rose Has Its Thorn.
Come on.
Those are like two of the beginner songs, man.
Wow.
I was pretty good.
I think it would be like Brown Eyed Girl or something, older guy.
Oh, definitely. Well, Brown Eyed Girl, definitely if you're using one of those pouches you're talking about, dude.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but that's like kind of a classic boomer kicked out of the house with his younger girlfriend. Play brown eyed girl. You know, it's kind of.
Oh yeah, I thought brown eyed girl is something dealing with somebody's butt. You know. Hey, where did we go?
Ooh.
Days when the
rains came.
When the rains came.
Down in the hollow.
Playing a new.
So good.
Playing a new game. You know, so BLM, homie. Tucker Carlson's here, dude.
BLM.
Dude, I just saw you got top 10 podcast, one of the top 10 podcasts in America. Did you see that?
Really? No, I didn't. Did
you see that?
Really?
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know that. No.
Oh yeah, Tucker is a huge deadhead. He is like a lifelong, absolutely ardent, like owns every record, has seen them dozens of times in person. Huge deadhead. There is nobody more American than Tucker Carlson, I swear.
Oh, we have a rule in our office which we've stuck with for like over 30 years now. Just wherever I've worked, like no compliments. I don't believe in that. So you don't ever want to work with people who compliment you at all, and you know when it's hitting, and you can feel when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. But having people around you are like, "Oh, we're kicking ass. You're so great."
Yeah,
like that's the fastest way to rot your soul and just become an asshole. And having spent my life around assholes, I'm like, oh, I don't want to be that. So no, there's never any talk about that ever.
Well,
but I'm glad to know that it's better than being in the. I've certainly been in the bottom many times in my life. You know what I mean? I had ratings that were so bad at one network I worked at that there was some question as to whether, given the margin of error, anyone was watching. Like anyone, any human being was actually watching.
Yeah.
Like Nielsen couldn't tell you really with precision.
Right.
So what's been there?
Dang. Yeah. Well, now you're not there anymore.
I think Tucker has done acid. I think he's talked about it before. I mean, he grew up in. He's a Gen X dude who grew up in Southern California. I would be shocked if he's never done acid. Bobby Ballbeck says, listen to this at work this morning, was damn near crying, laughing. I wouldn't have been able to listen to this when I was at work. Like now I'm at work. So, you know, I never allow myself to, you know, shit's been flying all over the place, but I still remember like, this is what I do for work. I'm extraordinarily blessed. And it's due to the just otherworldly support of you guys. But when I worked in an office, I did listen to podcasts sometimes, and I would not have been able to listen to this one. I would have gotten like 90 seconds in, and I would have been like, nah, I can't do this. I'm going to be cutting up. I'm going to be causing a scene with this.
More. I mean, it is fascinating, especially this year, how quickly people have gone away from cable.
Do you have cable?
I don't even know if I have it.
Right.
I mean, mostly I watch sports, and then I just work a lot.
Totally. And there's just a lot of stuff. Like you could spend your life texting. How many people do you text with every day?
Oh,
right.
Too much.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you were a top 10, man. So pretty cool. And you also got Anti-Semite of the Year. Or you got.
Did I win?
No, I don't. You also got nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year. Bryce Mitchell is campaigning. It feels like so.
He is. I love Bryce.
Campaigning.
I know.
He was there. His son's named Tucker, by the way. I'm proud to say.
His son is so cute too.
He's unbelievable.
Did I see his son at your party last year?
Yes.
Oh,
and his wonderful wife. Yeah. The funny thing is, I'm not even an anti-Semite, and I'm against anti-Semitism.
I agree. How did that even?
Like every day for the last 10 years. I think it is immoral to judge people on qualities they can't control that they're born with. I don't think that people are guilty by virtue of their blood. That's why I disagree with the Netanyahu cabinet. They believe the Palestinians are subhuman because they're Palestinian. And
we went from Zen users, Zen users are a bunch of fags who put it in each other's butts, to shots fired directly at Netanyahu's cabinet by name. This is the rest of this episode. It's just back and forth between the riffing and then suddenly right back into the deep end again.
Just that's a attitude that's anti-Christian. I totally reject it. I've criticized them for that specifically. And so I'm completely opposed to anti-Semitism. And I mean it too. And by the way, if I was an anti-Semite at this stage, I'd be like, yeah, I'm an anti-Semite. I love Hitler. I would just say it. Like, why not? I'm probably the #1 podcast if I said that. But I'm being totally sincere. I'm opposed to it. So why do they keep calling you that? Me that? And I know one of these guys very well in here. I said I know Bryce, but I know another person on the bottom. I know two of them. I know Anna too. They not only are not anti-Semites, they think anti-Semitism is immoral. So why do they call you something that you're not and that they know you're not? They do it to make you into what they call you. They are trying to make you a hater. And that is like the key insight I've had over the last year. It's like I used to...
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can get back to that.
And by the way, if I was an anti-Semite at this stage, I'd be like, yeah, I'm an anti-Semite. I love Hitler. I'm just...
Oh, could you get that? I probably can't drill down into it closely enough here. No. Bummer. I can only get to 1630.
And I mean it too. And by the way, if I was an anti-Semite at this stage, I'd be like, yeah, I'm an anti-Semite. I love Hitler. I would just say it. Like, why not? I'm probably the #1 podcast. Other person on the bottom. I know two of them. I know Anna too. They not only are not anti-Semites, they think anti-Semitism is immoral. So why do they call you something that you're not and that they know you're not? They do it to make you into what they call you. They are trying to make you a hater. And that is like the key insight I've had over the last year. It's like, I used to think, like, people would always call me racist. And I would do these like long monologues, like, actually, I'm not a racist. I would say so if I was. I kind of like black people, but it's not even, has nothing to do with whether I like black people.
I own a couple jerseys or whatever.
I kind of do, but even if I didn't, hating people on the basis of racism is immoral. And so I do these like long monologues, and I would stay up and write them, at home, and be like, I'm going to tell the truth. And everyone would be like, shut up, racist. And I'd be like, what is this? They could criticize me for all my real faults, which are super obvious.
What is that?
I think they're very obvious. I get mad. I overstate things. I always gain a shit ton of weight every summer. Like, I have faults that are obvious to everybody, but they never attack me on those. They attack me on the things that I'm not. Why? And this year I finally figured it out. It's like they want to make you into a hater. Why? 2 reasons. 1, to control you. This is like a form of control.
Why? Because then they can label you?
Sure. Then you're a Nazi. It's like, you don't need to, first of all, you can kill Nazis, right? So it's obviously to get you killed is part of it. But part of it is much deeper and it's spiritual, and that is that evil feeds on hate. They want more hate. So
Mirror Chuck in the chat. What's up, buddy? Long time no talk. We need to catch up. You unfortunately missed the conversation about boofing nicotine pouches, but if you stick around long enough, you'll get a return to the conversation about Theo Vaughn living with a 70-year-old man so he can nibble off of his wiener pills in between sessions, singing Tears in Heaven by Eric Clapton to the guy with his romantic flings.
And what's evil? How do we know if something's evil? Well, by its fruits. Is this someone who's lying, angry, promoting violence, chaos, division? That's evil. I mean, that's literally the definition of evil, and good is its opposite. It's unity, peace, happiness, love, order, cleanliness, or whatever. It's the virtues are really obvious, the sins are really obvious. And so evil feeds on hate. They want more hate. So I look at someone like Mark Levin, who was a guy I used to know. Whatever, I never had strong feelings about the guy one way or the other. He's all into Israel. Whatever, I don't care. Be all into Israel.
Got an idea. Why don't we just
I was
kill
never
him?
against Israel. I'm still not really that against Israel, but whatever. I watch Mark Levin go down.
I'm still not really that against Israel, so I'm a little bit against Israel.
Down this path where he's like crazed. He's crazed. It's almost like he's being attacked by bees or something. Like there's no peace in that man at all. I can't imagine what I'm not being mean, I'm being sincere. That guy works tirelessly to make people hate him. Same with Rabbi Buttplug. Same with a bunch of these people you see on the internet where it's like, what is this guy trying to win people over? Just the opposite. He's trying to alienate them. He's trying to make people hate him. Why? Because that's the nature of evil. It feeds on hate.
Mirror Chuck, you got to get drunk. It's got to happen. You got to do it.
And goodness feeds on love. And if you're around a decent, honest person, you just feel this like warmth and attraction and calm, right? You feel this around.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you have to trust your own guiding light at a certain point.
100 at every point.
Of what is
every point.
Good and what is not.
But you know it. I don't even think, we're so past rational argument. I mean, I've proven that by every week dutifully doing actually, I'm against anti-Semitism. I hate anti-Semitism. Shut up, Hitler. Obviously, we're not.
There's another soundboard. Shut up, Hitler.
Point, sadly, in our history where rational debate makes any difference at all. They don't care.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk dedicated his life to it. They shot him in the neck. They're not interested. They're not winnable. We're at a stage where the only thing you can trust is God, the love of other people, and your own God-given instincts. That is it. That's the guide, period.
Yeah, I mean, your pilot light of what you have to really lock into, what your pilot light of what do you feel like is right and wrong.
Exactly. Don't you think you know it too?
I think at this point you have to trust that more than ever.
You have to trust it.
Right.
Exactly. But the knowledge is pre-existent. It's already in you. You're your dog doesn't need to be told who hates him. The dog's like, he barks at the people who hate him. He knows, and he doesn't lie to himself.
Yeah.
And do you feel that?
Oh, I think we've been lying to ourselves, or we've been passive about evil showing up in our world, I think.
Yes.
I definitely believe that. And some of those things I want to talk about for sure. I mean, I saw this list and I'm like, well, first of all, Miss Rachel's on it. That's when they lost me. I was like, what are you guys doing? If Miss Rachel has to come out because she was obviously anti the war in Gaza, anti the genocide, and we've spoken up about it. I mean, there's no doubt in my heart and mind that it's a genocide. People can have other thoughts that they want, and that's fine. If you have your thoughts, that's great. I'm glad that you do.
I think this is where some people, they hear Theo and they're like, he's not going hard enough on this, but you can tell, listening to him, that he's, first of all, it took him a while to get comfortable saying this publicly because he was really afraid that he was going to get himself in trouble. And he doesn't want to get in trouble. He doesn't, when he says he's afraid of Israel killing him, he's genuinely afraid of Israel killing him. So for him to actually just state this out right now is from like the world he's lived in. He is what do they say, standing on business. He's like, this genuinely wrenches at my heart, and I don't care if it's not appropriate to say it. I'm going to say it.
Just seems like that is a wrong thing. There was not a lot of question about it for me. Like I learned about the history of the land, and then I was like, this is just wrong. There's no reason.
Yeah, good point, Miranchuk. He's also supposed to be a comedian and not a political influencer. So the fact that he's talking about this like this, and he's kind of embraced the fact that he's a little bit of a political influencer, but he is the normiest you could possibly get. But it genuinely hurts him that this happens, that he sees these things, and it genuinely hurts him because he is a freaking golden retriever. So he's taking a risk in his own mind. He is absolutely taking a risk, and it doesn't really care about what the consequences are going to be by talking about it like this.
You have your thoughts. That's great. I'm glad that you do. It just seems like that is a wrong thing. There was not a lot of question about it for me. Like I learned about the history of the land, and then I was like, this is just wrong. There's no reason that these children have to be getting killed, that they're experimenting with different weapons and different tactics on this kind of like basically this imprisoned group over there. And then when I saw this in Miss Rachel, I was like, what are we doing? Like, what do you need Bert and Ernie to come out and say that it's a genocide? Like, at what point do people not trust what they're seeing anymore? I think I'm kind of amazed that's the part that's made me think sometimes like I'm in this weird blender or aquarium. It's like, should more people?
Yeah. Asmongold. Asmongold's like, you should have just let me play my video games. Theo Von's like, you should have just let me do my comedy.
Speak up, have not like, it almost like, why do you feel crazy for speaking up? Like, it just should feel like there's more. But then it's not my place to think that somebody else should feel the same way or should feel okay about sharing stuff. And it gets kind of scary, It definitely gets super scary, Why?
Rabbi Buttplug definitely wants to be hated. That guy acts like a German 30s caricature of a Jew come to life.
Yeah, no kidding. The grodiest person I have ever seen. Like, he makes J.B. Pritzker look handsome. And that is difficult to do. Thank you, Slosher. Mr. Sue says Theo is a genius of his own to make jokes and connections the way he does. He's truly gifted from the Lord. Absolutely. It's weird because he's both incredibly simple, but he's also so clever. He's such a fascinating person to me, especially with his background. Like I'll look it up what exactly his background is, but he's from what country is it? Some sort of, I'll play this. Look up. He's some sort of like descended some kind of aristocracy or something.
I think because I think you don't really know what's going on. I think that's what it is. And if they would just say, hey, America is a country that's owned by Israel, or that it's always been just this outpost, or it's this LLC of Israel, or it's this, or maybe not even of Israel. It could just be of corporate entities. I'm not really sure exactly. But if they would just tell us, then you can operate from a place of knowing what's going on. But for some reason, there's this weird secretiveness about stuff. And when things are secret, it feels evil because it feels like it's in the dark, right? And then when you see, like, we're watching people dying and kids dying, and it's supposed to feel like it's just in with the next reel and the next trend dance or whatever.
Okay, yeah. So Polish. He's Polish and Nicaraguan. His name, his full given name is Theodore with no E. Theodore Capitani von Kernatowski III, aka Theo Von. He is he was born in Covington, Louisiana, to Gina Capitani and Roland Theodore Achilles von Kernatowski. His mother was born and raised in Wyoming, Illinois, where he spent part of his childhood. His father was a native of Bluefields, Nicaragua, who later settled in New Orleans. His grandfather was a Polish missionary who settled in Cabo Gracias a Dios. He is descended from the Kernatowski, no idea how to pronounce this, Szlachta. It's Szlachta, the nobles, which was a noble estate of the realm in the Kingdom of Poland, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So he is Polish-Nicaraguan. His father was 68 when he was born. And then his father died of cancer in 1996 when Vaughn was 16. He grew up in Covington with his older brother and two younger sisters. and was legally emancipated at 14. He grew up in circumstances he describes as low income, stating that most of his frame of reference came from poor people. And then he grew up in New Orleans area. Went to Louisiana State University, also attended Loyola University in New Orleans, University of Arizona, College of Charleston, and Santa Monica College. Man, he got his undergraduate degree in urban planning in 2011 from University of New Orleans. He's such a fascinating character. He's Polish Nicaraguan, descended from the Polish aristocracy in the Kingdom of Poland.
Whatever. It's just, it all becomes confusing. And so those are moments where you do have to lock in, just prayer, asking God, what am I supposed to do? Just trusting like the part inside of yourself that you feel like you've developed over time. That's honest, I guess, or just trying to trust your heart, I don't know. Does that make any sense even?
Not only does it make sense, it's so beautifully expressed. Yes, it makes perfect sense. And I think a lot of people watch, I'll speak for myself. I've been brooding on this because my whole job is to try and find out what's happening and then explain it. And it's just an endless series of frustrating cul-de-sacs where you're like, why can't we know this, that, the other thing? I mean, whatever the story is. And in the last 2 weeks, I feel like I've gotten...
So it's kind of funny here. Let me go back and play this again. I think this is the part I was thinking of. He says this whole long thing, and from listening to Theo for long enough, I've picked up on this. When he's saying this, he's like, somehow he's able to be really, really simple and very vulnerable. Because he's just like, I'm just going to bare my soul, and then I hope it makes sense to you. And occasionally, I think it even happens later in this episode, he says something, and Tucker makes a joke, but he thinks he actually hurt Tucker's feelings, and he gets stuck on it for a little bit, and he gets really like, I'm so sorry, I didn't know, I was just kind of trying to be funny. He is a fucking golden retriever, man.
It all becomes confusing. And so those are moments where you do have to lock in, just prayer, asking God, what am I supposed to do? Just trusting like the part inside of yourself that you feel like you've developed over time. That's honest, I guess, or just trying to trust your heart, I don't know. Does that make any sense even?
Not only does it make sense, it's so beautifully expressed. Yes, it makes perfect sense. And I think a lot of people watch, I'll speak for myself. I've been brooding on this because my whole job is to try and find out what's happening and then explain it. And it's just an endless series of frustrating cul-de-sacs where you're like, why can't we know this, that, the other thing? I mean, whatever the story is. And in the last 2 weeks.
So like he says, there's different points along here where clearly the two of them are kind of on different tracks. Like he's not totally lining up with whatever Tucker is saying. And Tucker's just kind of like agreeing, just like, yes, but then we'll say almost the opposite thing. So Theo's kind of like, you just gotta just stick with your heart. You gotta trust. And then Tucker's like, oh yeah, you just kind of can't really know anything. And they're almost saying the opposite thing, but they're agreeing.
Weeks, I feel like I've gotten closer to understanding what's actually going on. And of course I could be completely wrong, but I'm not. And it's made me so much happier because the conclusion, I've sort of let go of a lot of my frustration and fear because I've realized that we already know exactly what this is. Don't know a lot of the details, could be wrong.
So yeah, so Theo was like, I just kind of can't know anything, it's just impossible to understand any of this stuff. And so you just got to be kind of true to what's inside of you. And Tucker's like, oh, we know exactly what it is. I totally agree with you. Yeah. In fact, we know exactly what it is. They're saying the opposite thing to each other.
Wrong about this or that, but big picture, we know exactly what's going on. And I think at this point that if all the information on all these different threads, whatever it is, especially the murders, not just the recent murders, or attempted murders, but the more historical ones, if all the relevant information came out tomorrow, would we be surprised? No, we wouldn't. We know what's up, actually. And there's enough evidence, but also our instincts tell us just by watching, like, what is this? And I agree with you completely. It's not just about Israel, this country. It's about whether or not self-government actually exists. Like, do any of these countries have a system where the people decide who their leaders are and what the country should do collectively? Not really. Or it's more complex than that. Yes, I think elections are to some extent real and all that, but in the end, the big decisions are made not by nations or kings or presidents or whatever we imagine. They're made by, the world's richest people. And I don't think that's an ethnic group. It's not code language for the Jews. It's what it seems to be. It's the people with the biggest stake in this who have the most to gain and the most to lose are never going to leave the big decisions to like 3 zip codes in Pennsylvania. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
Come on, son. Like, you know that's true. And I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not claiming, all elections are totally rigged or whatever, or the source code belongs to Maduro. I'm not making any specific claims like that because I don't know if they're true or not. But I know the big picture. If we know that Kennedy was pushing up against some forbidden things, and that's why he was killed. And who killed him? Well, it's too easy to say it was this group or that group or this group. It was all those groups acting in concert or parts of those groups acting in concert. Of course. That's all of what this is, right? Do you feel that?
I like
Theo has no fucking clue what Tucker's talking about. By the way, it's like Tucker just and Theo's holding on for dear life. Yeah, talking about assassinations, then switching back to Israel. Yeah. He's like, oh, it's not the Jews, and but Kennedy was pushing on some stuff and he got killed. Oh, why are you bringing up Kennedy? Where did that come from? He's, I think Tucker is sincere. Like, I think he is hiding power levels. And he is sincere that he's like, you can't just reduce it down to the Jews. But he's also saying, like, obviously it is the Jews, and it's the CIA, and it's MI6, and it's the FBI, and it was the mob, and it was, because like all these different groups, like this is what comprises the empire, the globalists, whatever name you want to give them, the high table, Davos, like all these things all have their tentacles kind of intertwined with one another. And it's actually very useful to them if people completely over-index on one group to the like over-indexes on one to the exclusion of the others, because it's easy for this network of groups to they can just sideline and slice off a portion of themselves of this broad sort of corrupt coalition. They can slice off a piece anytime they want, throw them to the wolves, and keep the game running.
What you said about if all the pieces came out, would you be that surprised? Like if they laid the cards completely out.
Epstein, for example, the one that everyone's
right. I feel like that whole thing is some sort of. I think there's definitely stuff there, but then also it's been such a kickball and a ruse for so long. Yeah. It's like both political parties had a chance to put it out or to get. None of these people are operating on our behalf. That's what it feels like.
Well, that's kind of the truth that I'm talking about. That's what we would learn.
That's what's scary.
It feels
like
came out.
It feels like, well, so many of us believe and have believed and have forefathers that have. Spilt their blood and risked their lives, and have friends who are enlisted now to protect this thing that I feel like we.
Yeah, JFK is like I think part of the reason why he gets glazed as much as he does by. Well, there's like the boomer version of it where it's just like they experienced him dying and the trauma of that and everything, so they naturally have an affinity for him. In the same way that there's a lot of guys who are like hardcore anti-Zionists who, even if they hadn't come out that Tucker or that Charlie was getting Jew skeptical, even if that had never come out, there's a lot of guys who are hardcore anti-Zionists who their opinion of Charlie totally changed after his assassination. And so, yeah, JFK was the boomer's Charlie Kirk. So I think JFK, as in terms of you're going to go down all of his political policies and everything, I think he was much worse than Charlie Kirk. He was like a degenerate proto boomer lib. But I think he did have a very clear understanding of Israel and what was happening with Israel, and there was a whole bunch of different interests that were all tied up in that, and that's why he got killed. And then also I think for the more there's like the boomers who like him just because he was their Charlie Kirk, and then there's the guys like the based guys who I think they ascribe a lot of his father, like he's sort of redeemed in their eyes because of his father, even though there was quite a bit of daylight politically between him and his father.
This idea of America,
yes,
and then that idea has gotten super blurry in the past few years,
it has.
And especially at a time when I think a lot of people like. There's a lot of fears with like technology in the future and not knowing where we're going to find our sense of purpose, right? That's a big thing that we talk about on this show a lot of our time is like, where do you find your sense of purpose? And people find it a lot of times in their job, through their family, in their country, through their religion, through their faith. So, some of those start to go away and some of those even look blurrier for the future, almost like it's like Marty McFly when he looks at that picture and it looks like he doesn't even exist,
yes.
And so it starts to make you think like, if more of our purpose disappears and our traditions are challenged by media over the years, that they're wrong or they're racist or they're this or they're that, then you kind of end up with just, I don't know. It makes you feel like, well, what even is the value of me at a certain point?
I have the answer.
Okay. And I don't.
Mirachek says that's also good journo speak. Tucker holds the "I didn't say that, and even if I did, I didn't mean it that way" card. Yes. It's Tucker is probably the single best person in all of media at very adroitly managing that card, and he knows exactly what he's doing, and he knows that lots of other people know exactly what he's doing, and yet it works. He can play that game. He'll continue to play it. He plays it very well. And it has the desired effect. He also does the thing, he did it a little bit ago with Mark Levin, and I think he does it with a few other people, and he does this regularly, where he will be just absolutely scathing and ruthless to someone, about someone, and then he'll be like, I'm not like trying to attack him, like I actually feel really bad for him. It's incredibly passive aggressive and condescending in the most waspy way. And the most like northeastern, aristocratic waspy way. And it is, to people who are on the receiving end of that, it is enraging. Because now not only is he attacking you, but he's also making you look like the asshole if you attack back.
I also want to sound
extremely catty.
Too dour. Like I'm also looking at it from that perspective.
You're speaking for millions of people when you say this. Like everyone can feel, I think, people feel exactly what you're saying.
And I still also feel like it's a lot of moments of hope of like, okay, so I focus on my family. I focus on my friends. I focus on doing something nice for someone. I focus on somebody else other than myself. I do those things that do give you feelings of meaning and purpose, right? Amen. So anyway, I'm not trying to be like a Debbie Downer, but go on.
I think just the opposite. And by the way, I just want to amplify what you just said, because that is the answer. And those aren't just feelings of meaning and purpose. That's the definition of meaning and purpose, is to love the people around you. Not people you've never met, not abstract concepts, communism, fascism, Zionism, whatever your ideology is. No, it's people. That's what it means to live a meaningful life, is to serve other people. And by other people, I mean people who are physically present, who are connected to you in organic ways, like your relatives, your friends, your coworkers, your roommates, the people God puts in your path. Those are the people you love. Your waitress. Like that's what it really means to love people. So that's number one, always love the people around you. And whenever I run into people like, I just want to save the world, or I want to come up with a new system to make everyone happy forever, and we're going to call it whatever we're calling it,
ketamine.
AI or ketamine.
Yeah, and that's bailing out. Dude, there's people falling asleep at the car wash. They just had a guy. He fell asleep in there.
Here we go.
Well, those of us who've already been down the drug path are a little skeptical of being saved by drugs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But it's also dangerous. Some of those brushes are sharp in there. Like I fucking fell asleep in that car wash. He was in for 2 cycles. Yeah, they had a sedan that went through, and finally someone in the back seat saw him on the side. That dude was in there getting polished up. You know?
He was a ketamine casualty.
Yeah, he was ketamined up. He was all K'd out. He was in a K-hole or something. It should be known that Prize Picks is America's #1 sports picks app. The app.
Oh, the fucking glasses. They talk about the glasses later on. Trust Plant Stars says, by the way, we should absolutely normalize relations with these supposed emerging superpower countries. They have nothing to do with us other than trade, and they pose no threat to us realistically. Not that those that are Labians don't know this, but we should push this amongst friends and family. Yeah, this is some good old-fashioned like country wisdom with Tucker. This is like down-home America wisdom. Your priority is to love the people around you and provide for the people around you. This is the Ordo Amoris. And it's also the build a Caesar concept. Speaking of Mr. Miranchuk, the build a Caesar concept. It's that doesn't just start at the nation state level. That starts at the personal individual level. You want a Caesar, you got to build that Caesar. Okay, let's skip this.
Because moon passion from coin accessing this decision. Remember the risks and tool to tell you about my favorite giant. You could get natural products. Get I like Christmas. Theo giant company that but instinctively American.
Man, I've never done ketamine, but I do think, okay, so the first purpose is to love the people around you in your immediate orbit, and the second purpose is to tell the truth. So the one sentence description of the whole thing that you just laid out, the way you're feeling, is that we are discovering that we actually don't have control over anything big happening. We have no control.
Right.
And all this shit, all these systems that we've created and cherished and believed in and died for, as you said, were all, in some sense, illusory. They were fake because they gave us the false impression that we have control, whether it's over our government or the future or whatever. We don't have any control. We are on a commercial airliner in a thunderstorm. Okay, that's just what it is. And if you're in 17B, you have no control over whether the plane lands safely or crashes. You just don't. You have no control. We have to metabolize that, like accept that. And once you do, there's total freedom in that. I actually can't protect myself really. As we say in my family, our family motto is, there is no safety, there's only destiny. There is no safety, there's only destiny. And that's like the deepest truth of life. Like, we're not the authors of our lives. We can't really control that much about them, except a couple of things. Do we love the people around us, and do we tell the truth? And if you want to prepare yourself for the turmoil that's only going to accelerate, this is all obvious, all of us can feel. The reason we're also freaking anxious is we can feel that this is the prelude to real turbulence. Like, every person, dogs can feel a thunderstorm coming 3 hours out. We can feel that.
Oh yeah, you'll see your neighbors doing circles in the yard.
100%, dude. Yeah. And that's exactly, we are the German Shepherds starting to freak out in the backyard because the weather's coming and we can't see it, but they can feel it, and we can all feel that. So how do you protect yourself? Obviously by...
Tucker's fucking, he is preaching here. It's funny, is he's really, in a lot of ways, he's in his own way, he's kind of channeling Jordan Peterson. Like, this is like, clean your room and undertake a hero's journey, recognizing all of the fate and tragedy in all of that, and know that you can't control the entire world, and tell the truth.
Gold stash ammo, I believe in all that. But really what you need to do is make yourself strong inside by collecting your people close to you, staying in close touch with them, and telling the truth, because telling the truth gives you spiritual power. The more you tell the truth, the more you are filled with supernatural power. You become invulnerable, to the extent a human being can be. I'm telling the truth, and I don't care if you kill me. I really don't care, because what I'm saying is real, and it will outlive me. If you get into that habit, the exercise of just being honest as much as you can be, of course, you're a human being, so you'll lie all the fucking time because you can't help it. But if you keep doing that, you'll be filled with a spiritual power that is stronger than any other power.
Do you believe that our...
By the way, say a prayer for Jordan Peterson. The man is tormented by demons, and who knows if he's even still alive, but he has, let's just say that he has a whole lot of, how would you say this? He's got a whole lot of check marks in the positive column whenever he meets his end. He's got substantial ones in the negative column as well, but he is a good one.
Country is compromised?
Do I believe it's compromised? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Do you believe that it's reversible?
You know, I believe so. I mean, again, I'm so old. I'm 56. So, I just grew up believing in everything, you know?
Jordan Peterson has been totally AWOL for months now. We just get updates occasionally. I say we. I don't pay that much attention to it, but I just see stuff when people are talking about it. His daughter is periodically giving updates, and he's doing really bad, and then he's kind of doing a little bit better, and who knows if he's even alive still. Well, I know a lot of people think that he's already dead, and that they're just making up stories and stuff about him. But I know that Jonathan Pajot was very much objecting to people talking that way, and he does know him personally. And I don't think that Jonathan would lie about something like that. So, but yeah, just it doesn't matter. I don't care that much. Just pray for the man.
You're younger than Leanne Morgan. We just had her in here.
Really?
Have you ever listened to her?
No.
Oh,
Does
my
she
gosh.
seem old?
No, she's great, dude. Both of you guys look great. That's
Really?
her.
She's older than I am?
Yeah, she told me she was, unless she was lying.
I don't believe her.
There's that new thing.
A lot of women do that. They pretend to be a lot older. That's like the true Jedi move for a woman, to be like, actually, I'm 61. Like, a conventional woman will always be like, actually, I'm 29. But the really smart ones will be like, I'm almost 70.
That's game.
That's how they do it. I think
That's right.
She's a wonderful, beautiful comedian, and she's hilarious. But anyway, she was just, but she's 60 years old. Both
I
y'all
bet
look
she uses nicotine.
great. I bet she does. She did smoke, she said, in college.
Yeah, see, and look what it did for her.
And she wears tight bras because she says it keeps her awake. So
Tucker laugh.
But yeah, do you think it's and I guess that's a big question. And also going back to what you said a little bit ago, like you said, but then I look at the history of time and it's like, people have always been under the thumb of some type of rule, haven't they?
Course.
And so for us to be like, I mean, it's weird. It's like, part of you, it's like you're supposed don't be a baby about it, like you're just being like there's some sort of oppression. And even as people that can feed themselves, we're not as oppressed as so many other people, or people that if they turn on the light, they're afraid it's going to activate a bomb in the corner of their room.
I had dinner with a guy who works for us last night. Literally last night. And I said, where were you born? He goes, I was born in Eritrea, but I grew up in a Sudanese refugee camp. I came to the United States. He's an amazing guy, wonderful, wonderful guy. But I was like, gosh, I'm from La Jolla.
Right.
It's like, Stop whining. This is my internal dialogue. Stop whining. Stop whining. I had to fly Southwest yesterday. Ooh, no one suffered more than me.
Yeah, La Jolla. But La Jolla is for sure the lap of luxury of America.
Oh, yeah. And almost every single childhood friend of mine was totally destroyed. Actually.
Really?
Not all, but most. Oh, for sure.
Just by the
drugs.
Wow.
Drugs.
And, good drugs too.
Oh, the best. They did not put baby laxative in our cocaine growing up.
Oh.
No. That was a ghetto thing.
Yeah.
No. We
God.
It was almost blue.
We had to wear diapers. It had so much baby laxative, it came with diapers. It came with fucking Huggies, bro. That shit. We had some stuff we bought off some
no. I
pikes.
grew up in a but anyway, the point is
fucking Huggies, bro. That shit. We had some stuff we bought off some pikes.
I grew up in a but anyway, the point is
right, the point is though that there's always been some sort of like there's always been a rule, there's always been something like that. I think that but
the older you are, the sadder it is to see your illusion shattered and the harder it is to pivot. So if you talk to people who are like 23 and you're like, I think the moon landing's fake, they're like, yeah, Gramps, it was always fake. Like, what are you talking about?
Who the fuck thought that was real? Look at the video one time.
Exactly. So that's
that is kind of crazy.
A friend of mine who's unfortunately gone insane, but was it?
It's funny that this just like casually now is just, oh yeah, moon landing's obviously fake, which isn't to say that no, it's actually a much better story, and I will dig my heels in on this one. The real story is even, and it is an even greater feather in the cap of the white man. You not only did the white man get to the moon first and land there, he then managed to execute the single greatest piece of propaganda of all time and pulled the absolute trump card on the rest of the world for the space race. We faked it. You know we faked it. You know we're already there. And there's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is scramble to keep up.
So that's a friend of mine who's unfortunately gone insane, but was a genius, called James Carville, once said to me,
James Carville from the Democratic Party from Louisiana.
Oh, he lives in New Orleans. Oh, yeah. No, I know him well. And he's gone crazy and whatever, but he really was in his prime like a genius and someone I listened to very carefully. And he once said to me, I'll never forget, we're in a restaurant in some foreign country, and he goes, people misunderstand the theory of evolution. And I was like, I can't even do his accent, but he'd be like, survival of the fittest, that's bullshit. That's not what he was saying. And I said, well, what was he saying? He goes, it's survival of the most flexible. It's adaptability. And he had this whole incredible rap about strength is not actually the quality that helps you persevere in the face of change. It's flexibility, the ability to pivot with changes that you can't control.
It's not the mass, it's the sail.
Exactly. And in fact,
every once in a while, Theo is like, he drops a crystal, an absolute gem, just like that. It's not about the mast, it's about the sail. You got to have the mast too, because you don't have a sail without a mast. But you got to have the sail. Just having a mast isn't going to do anything for you. Man, this is like a really, really good insight too, that it's flexibility, adaptability. When I showed the video of the 85-year-old man doing cartwheels, and like it's not just the fact that he's ripped, it's the fact that he is obviously very limber and flexible and agile. Like that's the real strength, the ability to adapt and stretch and move and morph. That's better than just sheer power.
Strength can be a feature of, or rigidity can be a feature of strength. Like your window pane is strong as hell. It'll last 200 years, but if you tap it, it'll just shatter. No, you need to be able to move with
killing
the
it
moment
with
that you live in. And so I feel like young people are in a pretty good spot. But yes, for older people, it's very upsetting. I'm sure you feel it. You're much younger than I, but you still feel like, oh my gosh, I thought this was real and it's not. And it's like heartbreaking. It's crushing.
I see it a lot in like just probably my mother and things like that, see their disappointment kind of, or just uncertainty about what's going on.
And they love the country so much. Yeah. It's real. It's sincere love too.
That's the thing. I mean, it's like, it's something that's beautiful that you felt like was a certain way. And now maybe some ethnicities and cultures didn't feel like it was that way. And so sometimes I can understand that there's different points of view there, but I still believe that the idea of America and what it's been, and that its goals and that the humans that want it to be that it's altruistic,
100%.
Forever Bulk in the chat. Challenging the bulk, man. You got a little mention earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but you appeared on the screen. There's a little Easter egg for you to go look for if you weren't listening then.
But that you start to realize, that these powers above us, they have something different going on, in that you would think that they would I guess they just won't tell us, And so I think that's where some of my fear is. It's just like,
well, evil thrives in darkness. So there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's like, what does it mean to be part of something moving forward? What does that thing even look like? Like if I'm a citizen here now, in 5 years, what am I a citizen of? Am I a citizen of a country that does genocides? Am I a citizen, who am I? Like I think I was watching some of the Gaza stuff and I kept thinking like, well, surely America will come in at some point and help.
And stop this.
Right. That was like my thought.
Especially since when you say genocide, you're not guessing. It's not like some propaganda term. It's the definition. And we know that not just from the video of its victims, but from the testimony of the people perpetrating it. Members of the current government, hot cabinet secretaries in the current Israeli government are on tape, including this week, saying, we kill them because of how they were born.
Is that true?
Oh my, yeah.
Like what's an example of that?
Smotrich, Ben Gvir. Oh, look, we need to get them out.
Let me see
These
that,
are people
man.
who were born there.
I just want to see if that's...
Oh, it's insane.
It is?
Because look, people, you often hear apologists for what's happening there, for the atrocities, say, well, look, it's war, people die. Okay, one of the reasons I'm not that enthusiastic about war, because innocents die. We always have to oppose the murder of innocents, or else we're not civilized. What is civilization? We're on the good side. We're civilized. They're savages. There are a lot of savages in this world. I know some. And what separates the savage from the civilized person is the civilized person will never accept the murder of innocents. You didn't do anything wrong. We can't kill you. It's that simple.
Well, I don't like it if it's unfair.
But that's the definition of unfair. You didn't do anything. A child didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Or an unarmed woman did not deserve to be murdered.
And who is this?
So that's Smotrich. That's the finance minister of Israel.
במסגרת המלחמה צה"ל מניע אוכלוסייה מאזורי הלחימה ולא משאיר אבן על אבן. אני אומר לכם, פשוט תסתכלו על הסרטונים.
The truth is, until the last hostage returns, we shouldn't even give water to the Gaza Strip. For a year and a half, we've been beating the hell out of Hamas. We're breaking Gaza apart, leaving it as a pile of rubble, with total unprecedented destruction in the world, and the world still hasn't stopped us. The aim is to achieve the one and only required outcome: the conquest of Gaza, the annihilation of Hamas, and the return of all the hostages. In one word, victory. So that's their view on it right there,
He's saying we're killing people and leveling the country in order to move the population out. So how is that different from saying there's certain people in my capital city I don't want here, I'm going to put them on trains and move them east? There's no difference. People are being killed and expelled from the place where they were born because of their bloodline.
Yeah.
That, in the world that I grew up in, which is the United States of America, the lesson of World War II, the reason we fought against fascism was we reject that.
Yeah, that's the
We
thing.
do not kill people or expel them or put them on trains or put them in internment camps or move them to, quote, third countries, as Smotrich just said, because of how they were born.
Yeah.
Exactly, because of their bloodline. Because we don't accept that because we're Christians. We think that every person is created as an individual and judged as an individual, period.
And this to me
we don't believe in this shit. That's the enemy of civilization right there. The Israelis, to be clear, are not the only people who think this way. Plenty of people think this way. But we are better than all of them because we don't think this way. And all of a sudden, you've got people in the current United States government, you've got people in our media class, they're all defending this because they agree with it. And then you see people jumping up and being like, Muslims shouldn't have jobs in the United States. And it's like, or in the US government, it's like, how is that better than saying Jews shouldn't have jobs or Christians or Buddhists? It's all the same. That kind of thinking is genocidal. It leads to the genocide we're watching right now in Gaza and to many other genocides. For the fifth time, it's not just Israel, it does this, okay? But this is what we're fighting against. This is why we're better. Why are we better? Because we have more and better shopping? Or because we have, Mount Shasta and Key West? No.
Because we have some moral compass.
Exactly.
And we're able to also take care of ourselves at the same time, I think.
But our moral compass is what? It's based on what's north on our moral compass. We don't kill innocents. And yes, we have, and we regret it, and we grieve over it because it's wrong. That's our moral compass right there. If you didn't do anything wrong, we don't get to kill you or expel you from your home because you're innocent, because we believe in justice, also called fairness. That's the whole fucking point of this country. And so when I see people arguing against that or calling me a Nazi when they're literally wholesale adopting the Nazi mindset, but then I think, you know what? I'm not mad. This is the state of play in life. It's always been this way. And my job is what? To love the people around me and to tell the truth no matter what. And I think that's freeing.
Yeah. Well, I do think once
you cannot question that Tucker absolutely believes 100% of what he's saying. And obviously, I could quibble with him over the Nazi mindset. He's responding to the caricature of the Nazi mindset, which is fine. Whatever. Like I don't need. He's doing good work. He's doing good work as he is. Hold on, let me read this. I don't even know what this got. Oh, probably. Oh, I see why this got deleted by the mod. Trust Plan Star says, I must say, other than on a passionate but disconnected level, I don't care about the Palestinian conflict at all. I'm completely against funding it in the form of any sort of aid to Jizreel. That's what did it. But the moral appeal to the sacred Palestinians is a stupid view. We love our neighbors because we're Christians, but let's not pretend we're suddenly very concerned about sand people conflicts. We shouldn't fund this nonsense. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think that watching Christians and watching Christian temples be desecrated and destroyed and watching Christians be murdered is it doesn't necessarily need to be like an official policy of the United States government to be involved in it. It absolutely should not be supporting it or funding it. But then I also recognize that at the level of politics is not as simple as just like, what does it even mean? What does it even mean for the government to not support it? You know, like you could go through so many different layers of funding this way and that way and all these different, like, it's just like, I don't even need the government to come out and actively condemn it. I wouldn't complain if they did. I think it'd be good if they did. I also don't think that it's realistic right now for something like that to happen. And I absolutely have no problem at all with like individual people being completely outspoken against it, particularly because of what it indicates. As Cheeky said up here, he said they think they can call themselves Western and democratic while acting like a medieval Middle Eastern country. And I think that there is nothing Western or democratic about Israel. It's literally just there are quote unquote white people there. There are light-skinned people with European ancestry who live there, but there's nothing Western or democratic about the country itself, the way that it operates. It's absolutely just another Levantine violent clusterfuck.
You say like, yeah, if I get to a point where I can just share what I think or what I feel, whether I'm right or wrong.
Yes.
If I can speak up for my feelings. But then also, if you look at our history, America did that to other people when it started.
Yes.
And you would think that we'd learn that it was wrong, and that's where we are now.
Well, we've acknowledged that it's wrong, I think. I mean, look, you can acknowledge something is wrong without self-flagellating to the point where you're incapable of like going forward, which is kind
that's
of
the
where
problem.
we are.
It's like you can't do it to the point where you're incapable of going forward. Like, oh well, we also this mistake was made not by us. This mistake was made by people in the past or at that time who believed that colonialism was fine and that was people were playing by a different set of rules.
That's the whole point of America, is that we have like standards of decency, fairness. I love that you use that word because that is the core of it. It's fairness. Justice is overused. Fairness is underused. It's just a child knows what's fair. If his brother's getting 3 Oreos and he's getting 1, that's just unfair. He doesn't have a degree in economics. He just feels it. He knows it. The sense of fairness is innate. Dogs have it because it's part of the natural fabric. It's organic. And we are a fair country. And the rich man gets the same treatment in the justice system as the poor man. It doesn't matter where you're from. You're both citizens and you're both equal because you're both created by God. That's our whole system in one sentence. And that is being eroded because the people who run our system agree with Smotrich and every other third world dictator. These people are damned by their birth, whatever they are. That's what affirmative action is. It's like, no, I don't like the way your parents looked. You don't get the job. What? That's what we hated about the Nazis, what we hated about segregation, which I want to say was evil. Segregation was evil. Why? Because it punished some people and rewarded others on the basis of things they couldn't control, their skin color.
Yeah, and we'd had mixed babies a lot sooner too, which are pretty cute, a lot of them. To be honest,
there are all kinds of other effects. But like, fairness is what we need to preserve. Why is Epstein infuriating? Because it's unfair. That's why. Not just because he molested kids or his buddies molested kids. It's because the president of
Han, I don't like colonialism because it's too close to communism for me. I think colonialism is too shit libby. At least the way that colonialism has existed. Yeah, Tucker is living out a little bit here in this section, but I also don't think that how would I say this? I think for someone of Tucker's class to have this kind of perspective is to have this sort of moral compass is good and admirable, because I think it's coming from a good place, but definitely in terms of policy, it's very okay. Yeah, it's very shit libby.
Harvard was involved in it. Alan Dershowitz, all these famous people. Prince retard, whatever the guy in Great Britain, the kind of retarded looking prince.
Yeah, that guy is
Bill Gates. All the most powerful people in the world got away with it. And there's tons of child molestation in America but there's the expectation that they'll be punished for doing it. These people we know in our hearts will never be punished because they're rich.
But we don't know.
That's unfair.
We don't know for sure that they molested children, though.
We don't know for sure. But we know that there's never been a real inquiry into it because the people around it were powerful and rich. That we can say for sure, and that's still happening.
Okay, well, that I'll say is that, yeah, there's obvious that there's not a, it feels like there's a unfair investigation that's, or a lack of investigation, or it's just this lie that keeps getting remodeled. It's this clay of a lie that keeps getting remodeled and put into the museum in front of us all the time.
But go to all your neighbors on the street and ask them.
Oh, everybody thinks something happened.
No, but ask them, like, if your name popped up as like a visitor to Pedo Island 11 times, do you think you would like be protected in the way that all these other people have been protected? Of course not. You have no money and power. You'd be
Dershowitz had a fast pass, I think, if anybody had one.
That guy's unbelievable.
I don't know, but I don't know anything. That's just allegedly. So I have to pee really fast.
Good. I'm going to go too.
You are?
Can we go together like women?
No.
No. Good. I like your attitude. No.
Anyway, we just took a pee break, guys, so we're back. Why do you think that you made the anti-Semite list?
I think because I'm not an anti-Semite.
Can we go together like women? Nope.
Right, and I get what you're saying. It's like if
no, but I mean, I'm literally not an anti-Semite, and I reject anti-Semitism as totally immoral and anti-Christian. So I'm not only not by temperament an anti-Semite, you know, a million Jewish people I love, I also reject it as a way of thinking.
Yeah.
And so why would they call me that? And it's sincere. Again, for the 5th time. If I was, I would just say so. And I'm not. So why do they call me that? Well, because they think I'm effective because I'm not a hater, right? So they have to take out the guy who actually might change people's minds. But I think it's deeper than that. I think there's a spiritual dimension where they want me to become an anti-Semite and a hater, both so they can control and dismiss me. Oh, he's a Nazi, he's David Duke or whatever, he's crazy. But also because some of the people pushing this are evil. And by evil, I mean specifically they are committed to lying and violence. And those are the hallmarks of evil: lying and violence and chaos and division.
So they're not going to play by any other rules. They're
No. This is not. So we're not where we used to be, or we used to pretend we were.
Where we all thought we were playing by the same rules.
Right. And the rules were, if you have a better argument than I have, then you win.
Yeah.
And may the best argument win. We're so far beyond that. And I think the murder of Charlie Kirk was the moment when we could just admit it to ourselves. This is a guy whose whole life revolved around the proposition. Let's debate. And they didn't want to debate. Whoever they is, they murdered him. And to be specific, who killed Charlie Kirk? Well, I don't know is the short answer. But I when we do find out, if we ever do, doubt we will. But if we do, I think, again, we'll not be surprised. It's just all tentacles from the same octopus, and the octopus is evil. Right. It's not an ethnic group. It's not a country. It's evil. This is what evil is. What is evil? Evil is a commitment to deception and violence, period. That's what it is. So it's too easy to be like, oh, it's Netanyahu or Smotrich or whatever. No, it's evil. It's existed from the beginning of time. It will exist until the end of time, and it has been the thing again.
Slutty Book says, in this case, literally they, them.
No, it's evil. It's existed from the beginning of time. It will exist until the end of time, and it has been the thing against which people have fought through all of history. It's evil. It manifests itself in a million different ways, but its hallmarks are always dishonesty and violence.
Yeah, it feels like we've been a bit afraid to stand up against evil. Does that make sense to you?
Of course it does.
Like John Rich was just talking about it on your podcast the other day, and I thought that was a really neat episode.
Wonderful.
And I learned a lot about John Rich, and just like his clarity of thought, I thought was really neat.
We were on a hunting trip, and pheasant hunting trip 2 weeks ago when we did that. He can shoot too, which is nice.
Can he?
He can. He was bringing him down.
We had a lot of hits, I know.
But that guy, yeah, but we shouldn't be afraid of it, and we shouldn't be. So my struggle is against being shocked. Like every time I learn something, I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Like this or that institution's corrupt, or this or that person is lying. And it's like, I'm acting like a child. Why would I be shocked? That's what this is. What did you think it was, dude? We live in a fallen world filled with dishonesty and violence. My job, all of our jobs, are to fight against those things.
Yeah, people always want to be in a war. People always like, man, I wish I had something that was like a challenge in the world. It's like we are in a fight of good and evil.
We are.
And it's not to say that any of us are perfect or that we don't all have mistakes or things that we wish we had done or not done. But overall, it does feel like this is like a video game of good versus evil. And you have to start to see that like you're a player in it. One thing
this is why you're so effective. This is why, you know, at some point people may try to make you be quiet, is because you approach all of this with humility, which is one of the hallmarks of good, in my opinion. Like almost every sentence you begin on this topic begins with, I'm no one to judge and I'm not, you know, that is the posture. Humility is the posture. And one thing you notice about evil is its certainty, is its judgmental, condemnatory quality. You know, Mark Levin, you're evil, you're fascist, anti-Semite, Nazi, Islamist, whatever. Its mirror image is what you just showed, which is, you know, we're all kind of screwed up, but we're trying to get to the truth. Like that's the approach. That's the posture. That's the way to tell the truth.
I think that's what most people are doing. That's what most people are trying. You know, I feel like
that's truly honest. Like, I've been wrong about so much. Am I really to stand up and be like, I'm positive this is like, no, I'm doing the best I can. It's the only honest way to approach it.
Yeah, Trust Plantstar's talking in here about how Trump never actually releasing the Epstein list was never a campaign promise. Never at any point did he say we're going to release the Epstein list. And he might have had, I think, like Don Jr. might have said like we're going to bring people to justice and that sort of thing, but like never at any point. He literally put together a list of all of his key campaign promises. And if you run down that list, he has been delivering on every single one of them. Never once did he say, yes, we are going to release the Epstein list. He was asked on a Lex Fridman podcast, and if he would be if he would release it, and he was kind of like, yeah, like that would be it'd be good to get that out there, basically. It's like, it's not incriminating to me. I have no problem with it being released. But this also assumes like that one of the worst phrases I think that was ever conceived is Epstein list. And it's like people have this idea that there's like some locker somewhere that has a paper with a whole bunch of names written down where it's like Alan Dershowitz with his particular favorite client list and Bill Gates with his particular favorite what were his orders? Who did he ask for each time he came? And like a documented indicator of who and when and where, and just a whole long. There is no list like that. There's a shitload of documents and files and a whole bunch of different shit. And there's also ongoing investigations and ongoing trials all associated with it. And a lot of the information has been literally sealed by a judge. So they literally don't even have the ability to release some of it. And furthermore, if there is genuine blackmail stuff in there, then releasing it is actually a way of letting people off the hook. You retain that so that you can use it. And if you don't like that, then okay, well, politics is not for you. The games of power is just not for you. This idea that like, oh, everybody needs to know every last little detail is just this is shit liberty bullshit.
When especially like as a country, when you're paying into taxes and you're showing up to vote and you're trying to help your neighbor and you're trying to follow the rules and do the best that you can, you at a certain point, that's like you're giving into something as a group. That you're like giving into something like this is how we believe that we should behave. And
and the other thing, if you think that whatever the Epstein file catalog is, if you think that hasn't been substantially tampered with and filled with a whole bunch of complete bullshit after the Biden administration was in place for the last 4 years, you are a complete and total clown. So just doing the like publish all on everything that's in there is categorically absurd. Yeah, Mirchuk now. There you go. Leverage cannot be democratized. Mr. Mirchuk, a man known for his brevity, right? He takes everything I'm babbling about and puts it down into a sentence.
And it best suits us moving forward. And then when it's really started to just feel, and I think it's kind of obvious at this point, that the higher ups are not working for us anymore. They're not working with us. And that's what I think has become the most evident in the past year, especially, is that people are like, no matter who we elect, on which side, whatever it is, it's all this sort of shell game. And we're finally starting to see some of it. And I thought it was interesting that
well, not working for us is the kind of the most benign description. Like not working for you, that's just indifference, that's abandonment. That's when you're
Yeah, Slutty Milk, the government would probably face a ton of legal liability and shit. Yes, people want to just poo-poo this, but there are legitimately victims who do not want this stuff released. And you can think about whatever you want about them, but they're like, no, I don't want to relive that. I don't want to go through all of that. I don't want any part of this. I want to leave this behind, which is a completely understandable, real thing. And if there's ongoing investigations, then you cannot release the contents of ongoing investigations. And yes, that is absolutely a bureaucratic loophole that will be abused to hide stuff, but that doesn't mean that the alternative is just release everything indiscriminately. Yeah, it just, you know, and then there's also a substantial number of them that have literally been sealed by a judge. So what, now we're going to go like fire the judge who sealed the Epstein files list and tell all the victims, it's all about the victims, right? We're just going to tell the ones that don't want this released, all right, fuck you, everyone deserves to know. This is childish.
Parents like go on vacation, don't come home. What's happening to us?
Yeah. One other thing, Slutty Milk, and other names of people who are actually innocent yet implicated in crimes by mere association of being in the Epstein files. Right, like I'm sure there's plenty of people who were written, their names were written in documents, or maybe they flew on his plane with him once, maybe they even went there and noped out, or what. There could be a whole long list of people whose names are in there who are either not guilty of those serious crimes, or they're guilty of lesser things, but they're going to be treated as if they were, can I say the Drazzle-Fripp? They're like guilty of Drazzle-Fripp. We'll say it that way. And that's another real thing that has to be contended with. Cheeky said, I especially impatiently truce him because it's unimaginable how much danger Trump and his family are constantly in, and he's trying to hedge security with other powerful groups and countries, and trying to get to the bottom of who wants to kill him. Feel like he's more worried about rogue military operators than Mossad. Oh, for sure, 100%. This is the other thing that people will like say, why doesn't he just deploy the military? Have you seen the state of the military? You really want to take a substantial number of the people who are currently in the military and deploy them into the streets? Nothing bad could happen from that? Obviously, he can't just deploy the military right now before they've even purged the military. Han purchases, I mentioned that the files were never a campaign promise to my Panic and friends, but they just blew me off and kept bitching about how Trump not releasing the files was a middle finger to his base because he was mean to the people nagging him about it on a truth post. Right, yeah. Yeah, totally. And there was one other thing here. I think it was something Cheeky said. I don't know where it was, but it was something about how... why wouldn't they just tell him? Why wouldn't they just say, blame the Democrats for it? I don't know who it was that said it, but they said, why don't you just blame the Democrats for corrupting the files? Oh, yeah, it was Mr. Sue. He said, would it not benefit the administration to just blame Biden for rigging the files? They have done that. They've explicitly said that. Trump has come out in an interview, and he's also truisted this, that the files have been corrupted. That's why he's called it a hoax. That they've put a bunch of stuff in there that's fake and given them a whole bunch of rabbit trails they have to run down to try to verify, validate stuff. And it's also any individual one of these things, whether it's the Epstein files or mass migration, deportations, or the Charlie Kirk thing, or just go down a whole long list of these things. You want the FBI to take on all of these different things at the same time, while the FBI is clearly chock full of traitors and shitlibs and communists. And they have to take on every single one of these things, and they have to be ruthlessly perfect and precise with all of it. And just deliver win after win for patriots, or the Trump administration betrayed us. This is beyond comical, Saturday morning cartoon logic.
Us is having a creepy stepfather. I actually think there's malicious intent here.
But how could so many politicians and stuff get compromised? That's what I don't understand. Wouldn't there be more people that stood up and said, hey, this isn't right? I that's what I find hard to believe.
Well, because they all made the deal. And all of them make the deal. And the deal is not always explicit. And the deal, everyone thinks it's about sexual blackmail, which is totally real. All the porn sites are visible. Go to a porn site. People know exactly what you're looking at. There's video of you looking at it. It's just a fact. And okay, so there's that.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are secretly gay. Of course, we know that, but I don't think, and have drinking problems or cheating their wives or
Is
whatever.
that enough to keep people?
No, I think it's actually deeper than that. It's not enough. It's not enough. Like the obvious ones, like, why is Lindsey Graham for this or that war? It's like, okay, yeah, I got it. But
Because if you're trying to slurp on little fellas or whatever, or you're jacking off to like, butt activity or whatever, like, does that I mean, definitely
slurping on little fellas.
I mean, pedophiling is bad. It is not good at all. It's horrible.
Really deeper than that. It's not enough. It's not enough. Like the obvious ones, like, why is Lindsey Graham for this or that war? It's like, okay, yeah, I got it. But
if you're trying to slurp on little fellas or whatever, or you're jacking off to like, butt activity or whatever, like, does that I mean, definitely
slurping on little fellas.
I mean, pedophiling is bad. It is not good at all. It's horrible, right? But if you're just like looking at pornography, I'm just like,
that's not the answer though. That's not. Most of them are not being sexually violent. Some are. I mean, I think the Epstein thing was probably that to some extent. But no, it's much deeper and more recognizable and part of our daily life than that. It's much more insidious than that because it's less dramatic than that. It's the deal that we all make with ourselves to get what we want. Like, I want to be powerful. I want to get reelected. I want to get rich. I want to bang that girl. And you make these compromises with yourself in which you consciously decide to be dishonest. You decide, in some cases, violent. That is true. Or whatever.
How do you get so many people though? Because like you look at some of these
system itself is that like you get in order to get elected, I have to do the following things. I have to basically subvert democracy by carrying water for a tiny group of people against the interests of my actual voters. Like that itself is a sin. It's a crime, but it's so ubiquitous you don't even notice it. It's deals like that. I'm going to take money from a foreign lobby that somehow isn't registered as a foreign lobby or whatever. I'll support this thing that I think is probably pretty wrong, but I'm going to do it because I have to. Mm-hmm. It's those kind of moral compromises that wind up making people.
What's funny is that is Tucker spends so much time relentlessly insisting that he's not anti-Semitic, that he hates anti-Semitism. He doesn't like it's not all about the Jews, but every single example that he always comes back to is all some foreign lobby that's not registered as a foreign lobby, this thing that everybody is participating in, even if they know it's wrong. You can tell he's got one thing on his mind.
Slaves. That's what they are. They're slaves. We have hundreds of slaves, otherwise known as members of Congress. And what are they slaves to? Evil. Because they've made these compromises in order to get what they think is the prize, which is re-election.
It's like a crazy movie.
It's real though, man.
I know, that's the crazy.
But it's all of us. Like all of us have made that deal. That's why it's so important to reframe it in your head. It's not just some freak on Pedo Island, banging a child and then, they have him by the balls because they have videotape of him. No, it's all of us. If I just do this thing, it's worth it, man. It's for the greater good. It's for my family.
Mr. Bob Poop! Greetings, Patriot. You guys may not be able to read it, but he said, Goy slaves. Yes, hello. Hello, fellow Goy slave.
It's for, you hear this every election season.
Right, I need a vote.
I don't want to vote for the shithead, but we need to control the Congress. What is that? You're making a deal with the devil, dude. With the devil. That's what that is. Bow down before me and all of this will be yours. That's the deal. Don't make that deal. Because you lose yourself, you lose your freedom. All of a sudden, you're a slave. And you see these politicians, they're like, oh, no, it's not. No, there are good reasons for doing this. No, really. What is that? It's not a free man. That's an enslaved man. And you know the people who are free because they exude this kind of peace and joy. And they're like, no, I don't care. I'll say whatever I think is true. You can shoot me. Go ahead and shoot me. It's not going to change anything because you're lying and I'm not. Like, right. It's freedom.
He does do some championing of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and of course I'm well on the record that Tucker just gets a pass for me on anything. He is just such a wonderful soul and such a great patriot that he gets a pass for me on everything. And I also, with this sort of thing, like jokes aside, with this sort of thing, when it's someone who has demonstrated themselves as being a man of good character, a brave man who knows someone personally, like literally talks to them personally, then I just have to withhold judgment. Like I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is I think that she has been shameless in how she's gone about everything she's done. Now it's possible she's just retarded. But Tucker knows her personally, has known her personally for a long time, and if he's going to vouch for his friend, cool. I can't. I don't know her personally, so I can't vouch for her character one way or the other. I will say that Marjorie Taylor Greene as a public figure is has had an incredibly disgraceful performance.
versus slavery, and we put ourselves in slavery with that deal.
Well, the pain of holding on to like lies and stuff like that,
yes,
and shame and stuff like that. It's really,
but
it's
haven't
so
we
heavy.
all lived that? You've lived that, right?
For sure.
Yes. Well, that's why getting sober is so liberating. Not just because you're not on drugs or alcohol, which is itself liberating, but because you admit what you did, and then you're like, oh man, I admitted I was a cokehead, or I drank vodka in the morning. In my case, it's like it's pretty fucking embarrassing. But once you admit it, it's like
I was putting Alps in my butt. Yeah.
No, it's Zyn.
Sorry.
Alp is oral use only.
Alps for the front.
It's the pouch for your mouth.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Alps for the front. They should say for the front on them. They should have a special.
We may do that. We're going to get that hat because we already have for oral use only the pouch for the mouth, but this goes in the front. But you're going to have like some urethral injuries if we're not more specific.
Dude, I used to date a girl and her cooter was like way more in the front than it was like kind of in the lower part.
Actually?
Yeah.
How did that work mechanically?
It worked. It just, I don't know. I don't know all the logistics or whatever.
You sure it wasn't post-op? Was this natural?
No, this was natural, dude. And I worked in
Sure.
urban planning, so I know how, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know how things work a little bit. But yeah. Her
You understand bridges and tunnels. Is what
yeah,
you're saying.
I'm just saying that. Because her cooter was up front, kind of. But anyway, I don't know why we're talking about that. Do you think...
You see what I mean? Like we go from Tucker is preaching a sermon to all of a sudden we're talking about her cooter was on the front and how did that work logistically and everything. And you can tell Tucker knows when he's like, all right, Theo's about to do his bit and my job is just to play the straight man to his bit. And I'm sure being a really good interviewer is like knowing how to ask questions to draw a desired answer out. Being a good interviewer is a lot like being a lawyer, a good lawyer. There's a lot of crossover in those skills. And so it makes Tucker a very, very good straight man to Theo's lunacy.
We've all had money goals. I remember I wanted to buy me a shirt that had sequins on the back for a school dance. I wanted it. It had angel's wings sequins on the back, and I wanted it. And it was $48, and I saved up to get it. But 48. Financial goals aren't achievable instantaneously. You got to plan ahead. That's where Acorns comes in. Acorns is a smart way to get your all what then sing your dance has a special catch a little sip, and important safety information. And we thank Blue and this IU Morgan people thing or hire and EOS advertisement.
Yeah, Bobby Ballbags. Most comedians don't even yes and Theo like Tucker did. Yes.
Like, do you think that if we elected different officials, that things would be different, or do you think that no matter who gets in there, that the compromising happens these days?
No, I think leadership is the most important thing.
Why doesn't somebody come up with an app then that tells us what elected who's running? Right? Because a lot of people don't have time to focus on exactly who's running, right? They don't have as much time. They're busy. Both parents are working. People are running around. They're picking their...
This is where Theo's just so adorable. Like, never change, Theo. Yes, that's what we need. We need an app that just breaks everything down. Just tells people who's running and what their positions are. And, that's the big change we need to make to the electoral system to fix it. Thank you, Theo. Well done. Let's hear some more jokes.
Kids up, they got to get their kid to T-ball, they got to make sure their kid get fed, and they have to make sure that one of the parents is there to read them a bedtime story before the other parent goes and works on that as a security guard somewhere, just to make ends meet, right? So why don't they have like an app that says, okay, these are the candidates, this one doesn't accept any money from any of these places? Yes. It feels like it would be very easy and obvious to create an app like that would tell you exactly who to vote for.
I think that's right. The problem is we're getting to a point of like...
That's actually, okay, yes. Mir and Chuck now. AI Congress coming, mouth of babes. You just changed my mind. Theo is ahead of... He doesn't realize just how far ahead of the curve he is. So true.
Knowledge about things. Like, people sort of are figuring out what's going on. That in order to be honest, now you have to be truly honest. I think people are so wary of being lied to that if you sense that someone's like got to, I'll be all honest about this stuff, but not about that thing. That's not enough. So true honesty, also called integrity, is what is needed.
It's hard.
Well, you get killed. You get killed. Like, the system itself, and this is not the result of any foreign power or any, this is just like the nature of systems, will work to expel you the same way your body works to expel bacteria or cancer. It's like the organism doesn't want this. And you see it. I've known very few honest members of Congress. I've known a couple, however. One of them just left Congress, and the other is being primaried.
MTG, you're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Exactly. And Thomas Massey from Kentucky. And by the way, I don't agree with everything. It's not even about that.
What does being primaried mean? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It means that your own party says, we want you out. And so we're going to run someone from your party against you in the primary.
These are the sorts of little interactions where I think the people, I'll see people sometimes who, guys who I think are very smart and everything, who've gotten really worked up about Theo Vaughn in the past, and they're like, oh no, he's being stupid and he's a cuck or whatever. And I'm like, he just asked. He's sitting here having a political conversation with Tucker Carlson, and he just asked him, what does it mean to be primaried? Like, not only does he not know what it means, but he doesn't know what it means, and he doesn't know better. He's just like, oh, what does that mean? I don't even understand. He is just like the perfect good-hearted normie. And you got to realize there are vastly more Theo Vaughns out there than there are Labians. The Labian chat, and even extend out to just like right-wing Twitter in general, there are vastly more Theo Vaughns than there are guys who are super read up on the JQ who post banger schizo edits. So you got to realize when you're thinking about the population, and you're trying to move the population in a particular direction, you're trying to move a whole lot of Theo Vaughns.
Your party has turned on you. And it's like, what is that about? And it's about not simply the fact that he disagrees with them on foreign policy, which is really, the whole project really is just foreign policy, nothing to do with like your tax rates or your debt load.
Yeah, he's like anti-APAC. He's big against those types of
and he's
things.
not for pointless wars. So that's a deal killer. But it's not just that. It's the Israeli lobby's mad at him. Got it. But it's deeper. It's he won't be controlled. And if he doesn't think something, he's not going to say it. Period. He may be wrong, but he's sincere. Sincerity is the kryptonite. That's what makes the evil person die, is sincerity.
So here's the thing. There need to be... Thomas Massey is a very good man. He is an incredibly bad congressman. And he is evidence of why there should be no Congress. Congress should not exist. Because the best man that you can get in Congress is an extraordinary lousy congressman. Which means the natural corollary to that is that being a good congressman means being a bad, dishonest man. Now, at the meta level, as a matter of strategy, it doesn't matter. If you get Congress, it doesn't matter what their motivation is. If Congress is just going to operate in lockstep with Trump, that is the same as Congress not existing. So just on a purely like moving pieces on the chessboard strategic level, right now there is a Congress. There is going to continue being a Congress for a while longer, probably a long while longer. And it's going to be filled with good people and bad people and all over the place. And as long as that political system exists, we need Congress to have as little influence as possible. We don't need people going into Congress so that they can like stand up against the system and be like the lone bulwark championing principles. No, that makes you a bad congressman, which means you're a good person who is a net negative. It's possible. It's possible to be a good person of good character and good faith, doing the right thing for good reasons, and to be net negative. And therefore, all of that I just said doesn't matter. You should not be in that position. Your job is not to grandstand. Your job is not to make some great moral case for some utopian world. Your job is to make yourself as irrelevant as possible. Which means just functioning in lockstep with the president.
No, I really mean it. I'm not kidding. I can't be bought. I'm totally sincere. If they smell sincerity on you, well, that's why they're calling me the most dangerous anti-Semite since Adolf Hitler himself. It's like, what? Because
there's a drop. Hold on. That one I've got to make sure that one gets in there. Let me just, okay, I just need to get the timestamp here. 108.45.
I'm not a genius. I'm not powerful at all. I'm a fucking podcaster. Like, I don't have actually any power, but I'm not kidding at all. I'm completely sincere. I may be wrong. I often have been, but I'm not joking.
Yeah.
That itself, so they're hassling me. Imagine if I was a member of Congress or a presidential candidate or anybody who has sincerity is marked immediately because that person's a threat to everybody currently benefiting from the system. And you saw that with Marjorie.
Yeah, what do you think happened there? Because a lot of people say that allegedly she made a lot of money off of stock returns and stuff like that.
That just cracks me up. That's like saying, have you been, I know I was talking to Tim Dillon the other day, who's a friend of mine, awesome guy, but
he's the best.
He is the best. But everyone, they're all claiming he's taking money from Qatar.
Yeah, me too. They say that.
Oh, they say that about you?
Yeah. I went there once, I had a blast, dude.
I'm going tomorrow.
Are you?
I'm buying a house in Qatar. Why am I doing that? Because fuck you. Not only have I never taken $1 from Qatar or anybody, I have no investors, zero. I have no debt. I don't owe anybody anything, period, and never will. I've never taken money from them. I'm gonna invest money in Qatar. I'm gonna do just the opposite, just to give the finger. Plus, it's a great country,
dude. I had a great time when I was there. They treated us super nice. I know that they have different rules and stuff for their people, and that we may disagree with some of them and stuff like that. It's like, but those aren't my rules. I don't have to, like if I go visit, I have to live by their rules. But if I'm from our country, then I can live by our rules.
I completely agree. But they accuse you.
There's another one of those like out of the mouths of babes thing, like being a globalist. Having the globalist, like universalist, liberal thing, like that has to be embedded into someone through sustained propaganda. What's his name? Theo is just like, oh yeah, that's a different country and they have their rules. And if I go there, I follow their rules. And then this is my country. And when I'm here, I follow my country's rules. Very simple. It's just, nationalism is just instinctive
of what they are, and what they are is corrupt. So Marjorie, did she make a ton of money trading on stocks with insider information? I bet my house she didn't. I mean, this is somebody I know well, and
you do know her well.
I know her well, and you can agree or disagree with her, of course, but you can't say she's in it for the money, really. I don't think so. I don't think she's interested in money. I think she's interested in the country. And again, we can debate whether she's on the right track or the wrong track, or you think her ideas are smart or stupid, but her sincerity is the most obvious thing about her, and it's also
that I think is a little telling that he says that. He said he made a qualifier with Massey as well, where he's like, you can debate if she's right or wrong. I think that's a tell that he actually does think in terms of like policy or something like that. He does disagree with them, but he knows them personally and he has great respect for them personally, which is what leads him to the position he holds.
So the most threatening thing about it, in fact, it's the only thing that they hate is sincerity, because sincerity is purity and it can't be bought. And so, of course, they accuse, the first thing they're like, oh, you must be getting paid by somebody. No, I'm not. And that's why you hate me.
Yeah.
If I was as corrupt as Dan Crenshaw, you really think they would hassle me?
Dan Crenshaw, the guy from Texas?
Eye Patch McCain.
Is he corrupt?
Well, on the most deep, on a moral level, he's completely corrupt. I mean, he takes orders from his donors to do things that have nothing to do with the welfare of his voters. So by definition, he's corrupt, yes, and also crazy and drunk and all the rest. Sad. I'm not actually.
Oh, I think I met him at a nightclub one time.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you did. But I shouldn't be. I feel sorry for Dan Crenshaw being serious. But anyway, the point is, the more corrupt you are, the more they like you because they can control you. What they don't want is someone who might do something unexpected who they can't control. That's what they fear. Obviously, it's what everybody fears.
But do you think that as
yeah, I think Tucker and Trump Gulf elite maxing is really smart. I agree, Cheeky. We need new right-wing global elite maxing. And like there's something that's very primal about the Gulf monarchies and stuff. I mean, they're as corrupt and degenerate and stuff as any other leadership of any other country, but they're much more honest about it. It's just like, we're fucking horse trading, man. Like, we're camel trading, and then they also have a real good appreciation for strongman politics, and they aren't like, oh yeah, everyone should vote, and we should just respect the will of the people no matter what. So there's a strong, healthy appreciation for authoritarianism in that. I'm not saying that we need to import Muslims, but I'm saying that obviously as a nation you're going to have allies, and those are much better allies than just about any others.
Marjorie,
and honestly, like a lot of Arab guys are genuinely really cool to hang out with. I actually had an uncle that was I think it was Syrian. But And then I've also known other Arab guys before, especially the westernized Arabs. They're honestly generally pretty based, and they're just much more honest and forthright, and actually pretty cool and fun to hang out with.
What do you think happened in that meeting? Because she had a meeting, I guess, with Trump.
I don't know. I don't know what happened between her and Trump. I know what happened to her over the past 5 years serving in Congress, which was she was.
I think he's lying. The way he answered that, I think he's lying when he says he doesn't know what happened. Because you notice that he also is very good at he's orbiting around criticism of Trump, but he's very careful not to criticize or undermine Trump directly.
Was like Trump withdrew his political endorsement and publicly insulted Green, labeling her as a traitor due to her vocal opposition to his handling of Epstein files and other policy disagreements.
Yeah.
Green announced her resignation effective January 5th, 2026 to avoid a divisive primary challenge. But why not
divisive? Is it divisive?
A primary challenge?
Or divisive?
Oh, divisive.
I've
probably.
never figured.
They change it so much.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Do they? But why not go and challenge then? Why secede then? Why not go and say, okay, I'm going to keep fighting, and people are going to support you?
I honestly don't know the answer.
You don't?
The only thing I know, I really don't. I haven't talked to her.
Again, simple guy. He's like, well, why don't you just stick it out? Yeah, Marjorie, why don't you just stick it out?
Divisive.
Oh, divisive.
I've
Probably.
never figured.
They change it so much.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Do they? But why not go and challenge then? Why secede then? Why not go and say, okay, I'm going to keep fighting, and people are going to support you?
I honestly don't know the answer.
You don't?
The only thing I know, I really don't. I haven't talked to her about it, and I don't know the answer. I'm sure there's thinking behind it that I'm not that great at the thinking about like what the right move in politics is. But I know big picture what happened because I saw it up close, which is she showed up very much like any other person. It's like this country has problems. I want to fix them. And she shows up and all people are like, shut up, honey. She was getting too close to what the truth is. And the truth is the people running the system are completely corrupt, and the welfare of their people, our country's people, is not even on their list of concerns at all. They're beholden to the people who pay them or who threaten them. And she said that out loud. And oh man, she had like very few allies. Once you say that, you're marked. So I think she concluded, is my understanding, she concluded, I'm having no effect here at all. It's driving me crazy. And the Epstein thing, I've never understood what the justification for keeping that information secret. Epstein was murdered in prison. Okay. I know a lot about it. I'm not just throwing that out there. Epstein was murdered in prison.
Well, they put him with a cellmate that was kind of a crazy, like former police officer, right?
Yeah. A former police officer killed a number of drug dealers. I'm not saying that guy did it, but I'm saying, well, I asked Bureau of Prisons because I learned all this stuff about it because I know Epstein's brother, Mark, well. And I never expected to go down this rabbit hole at all. The guy called me like a week after his brother was killed.
Mark did?
Yeah. And so, I was literally sitting in my backyard in Maine, and he called me, and I don't know how he got my cell. And it ended up this years-long thing. It's not interesting, and I won't bore you with it, but the bottom line is Jeff Epstein was murdered in federal lockup in Manhattan in the secure unit. I think there were only 16 men on the unit, and I think only 14 there that night. I may have that slightly wrong, but it's very small, and it's the most secure federal lockup in the United States, and he got murdered in it. So that raises all kinds of obvious questions, like who has the power to do that? So it's a big deal. And then the attorney general at the time helped cover it up. And I know him. And Bill Barr. So I say that, and he's like, I'm going to sue you. And I said, go ahead and sue me. I hope you will. And what's the answer? Like, why don't you answer? He never will. Well, it turns out, and this does make you crazy, that his father, Donald Barr, is the guy who started Epstein's career, who both gave him his first job, for which he was not qualified, and then got him his second job at Bear Stearns, for which he was definitely unqualified. What is that? A former CIA guy, OSS guy. But anyway, the point is, that question of how an American citizen, kid toucher or not, could get murdered in federal lockup in our biggest city, like, holy shit, that should scare everybody. And then the Attorney General of the United States is covering it up. He admitted, this is the Attorney General, when Epstein was murdered, said, I told everyone around me, we need to make sure the country believes this was a suicide. It's like, you haven't even done a freaking investigation. You're the chief law enforcement officer, and you're telling me the outcome before you even look into it?
How do you know that?
Because he admitted it in his autobiography. And so I'm not guessing at any of this stuff, okay? So I call Bureau of Prisons, and I'm like...
There's a very good conversation when Tucker had Martyr Maid, Daryl Cooper on, and they talked about this. They went into a whole lot of the details of Jeffrey Epstein's backstory and a lot of adjacent things around it. It was a very good listen.
I want the names of the inmates who are serving on this block, because clearly nobody got in or out of the block. It's...
Right. Well, it also was a question to our prison system. It's like, how would you not know? Like, obviously, this is the guy you have to protect.
They did it on purpose, and he was murdered clearly by another inmate. And there's so much. I mean, I did like an hour on this. Anyone interested can look it up. But I I'm not a conspiracy nut at all. I've been a journalist my whole life. I've often been wrong, but I've always been attentive to what I believe the facts to be. I think it really matters whether you're accurate. And I've tried to be. So
It's funny how he says, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I've been a journalist my whole life, as if those two things are like at odds with one another.
it was not a perfect storm of screw-ups. They never did the investigation into how this guy died. They redressed him in clothes that he wasn't wearing when he died for pictures in the hospital infirmary. All the records of what happened to his body are gone. And critically, we cannot get, and I tried directly by calling the Attorney General's office, I want a list of the names of the inmates. It's publicly available. They're convicted felons, dude. Yeah. This is not secret information. It's not national security information. Why can't you tell me that? They allowed him to be murdered in...
That'd be a good soundboard.
Can't you tell me that? They allowed him to be murdered in federal lockup. So leave all the pedo island stuff out of it. And just ask yourself, how can we continue to live in a country where a high-profile inmate can be murdered in our prison system by who's powerful enough to do that?
Right.
And so these are not only legitimate questions, they're essential questions. And like, we're mad at the people asking them.
That's the weirdest thing.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get...
No, that's one of the craziest things right now. It feels like the people you're supposed to be able to ask, you can't, like...
Yeah, Mirachuk, the real list is who was connected to Jeff's death. Yeah.
We're the weird people now for asking questions. Like, it's like you get labeled as the weird guy for asking questions. They just
don't let them into your head.
They just had that lady Bari Weiss or whatever her name is, and she was on ABC.
One of the greatest liars in our public life.
Did you see this video she said? I think she mentioned you in it.
Unbelievable liar.
It is insane how much just scathing contempt. I mean, it's not insane. It is striking just how much scathing contempt that Tucker has for Bari Weiss.
Last the head of CBS.
That I'm beginning to sort of reckon with right now is the extent of profound anti-American and anti-Jewish sentiment on large parts of the American right. A lot of the illiberalism on the left that came from the fringe into the mainstream of the Democratic Party began as a fringe online movement that a lot of Democrats and a lot of liberals waved away because it was just some crazy influencers online. And woe to the people that still are telling themselves that and still believe that the things that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are saying will not make an impact on the right, because they will.
All right, now hold on to your hats, because Tucker just starts ruthlessly eviscerating her.
Everything about that is just so amazing to me. I'm anti-American, really. My family's been here for 400 years. I have no allegiance to any foreign country. I put my country first, and it takes a lot of balls for Bari Weiss, who acts openly on behalf of a foreign country. Her only concerns are not American concerns. They pertain to the fortunes of a foreign country.
Do they really?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm not. That's an informed statement. And calling me anti-American, you can say that Carlson's an asshole or whatever, but she has to call me the one thing that she is, which is like this weird psychology, I have to say. Calling me a hater, I'm a lot of things. A buffoon, a hothead, bad table manners, whatever, fat. I'm not anti-American. That's all I care about.
I would say fat, maybe holiday chubby, maybe.
Okay, so that's the first thing.
Like one of the greatest lines from this whole thing. Maybe holiday chubby. I have been seen, Theo Vaughn. Thank you. Yes, I too am holiday chubby.
Seem like you own a couple Build-A-Bears, probably, you know? But just the seasonal ones. I think you always look like you're ready for Christmas, kind of.
You know what? I wear the same clothes, and it keeps my weight down. I'm so cheap, I'm not buying new clothes.
I forgot about that part of it. You look like you own a couple of Build-A-Bears.
Okay, so that's the first thing.
Like you seem like you own a couple Build-A-Bears, probably, you know? But just the seasonal ones. I think you always look like you're ready for Christmas, kind of.
You know what? I wear the same clothes, and it keeps my weight down. I'm so cheap, I'm not buying new clothes ever. And I wear size 36, and if I get above that, I'm just going to suffer through it till I stop eating donuts. Yeah. But anyway, and I'm not attacking. Look, here's what I'm saying. I think Bari Weiss is super energetic.
But why is it someone who's supporting a different country and not our country first?
Calling me anti-American.
Right, but also,
it's like, okay.
Bari Weiss is a vocal supporter of Israel, describing her views as pro-Israel.
She's a, quote, Zionist fanatic, calling me. She's a self-identified Zionist fanatic, calling me whatever. Obviously, I'm being too literal.
Why does she get to be the head? And I don't know the lady, but why does she get to, if her allegiance isn't to America first, how is she the head of an American network?
Well,
that's of course, an entirely fair question that you're not allowed to ask. But here's the deeper thing that I've been meditating on recently is that a lot of our overlords like Bari Weiss are actually totally mediocre. And the most depressing thing about the United States in 2025 is that we're led not just by bad people, but by unimpressive, dumb, totally non-creative people. Bari Weiss has no experience in journalism at all. Like, she's never committed. She's like an opinion writer or whatever for the New York Times or something. She's not a journalist. Like, never written a freaking story in her life. and she's dumb. She doesn't know anything. So that's fine. Lots of dumb people. My dogs are dumb. I don't hold it against them. But for you to ascend to the top of whatever pyramid you think you occupy.
It's okay to be dumb. My dogs are dumb. I don't hold them again. He literally just associated. He had, this is basically called Barry Weiss a dog. I see you guys are Hebrew honkers, kosher cans, Semitic sweater puppies, Khazar cannons, Yiddish yams. Here's one for you. Shout out to the first citizen in the King Pill Discord. My favorite euphemism for tits, the bouncy castles. I was wheezing when I read that earlier. Bouncy castles. What are these like I don't know, bagel bouncy castles or something? You guys workshop that one.
And you're not even impressive. Like Bill Ackman, same thing. Bill Ackman's worth like $8 billion or something. It's fine. I don't care if whatever Bill Ackman does, but I know Bill Ackman, he's kind of dumb. He's not ever created anything. He's totally non-creative. How do these people wind up running our biggest institutions? And the reason that's significant is because if you pay close enough attention and you realize that the people running everything are stupid, then you think, well, actually, the system is truly rigged on behalf of people who do not deserve these positions at all. It's not just that I disagree with Barry Weiss or she's calling me names or I'm calling her names or whatever. It's like in no fair system, in no meritocracy would Barry Weiss rise above secretary. Like actually, and I mean that. I've been in this business since Barry Weiss was breastfeeding, okay? There's no world in which Barry Weiss rises to the top of a news network except a rigged world. That's it.
This is like nobody can completely skewer someone like Tucker Carlson. This woman is stupid. She's stupid. And it's okay to be stupid. My dogs are stupid and I don't hold it against them. In a just world, she would never rise above the level of secretary. The only way she gets to the top of a news network is in a rigged world. This is... I wouldn't be surprised if Barry Weiss tries to call in a hit on Tucker Carlson after this. You don't come back from that. She is going to be thinking and replaying this and listening to this and thinking about these words for the rest of her life.
Does that make sense? It's right, shocking to me.
Right, they're not like people aren't even putting their best people in. Like they're.
It's almost a humiliation exercise. It's like we're going to take someone as stupid as Bill Ackman and give him $8 billion. We're going to take someone as stupid and totally non-creative, and like literally uninformed. Like she didn't even know who Assad was. Like she's an idiot, and we're going to put her in charge of CBS News just to show that individual merit, energy, creativity, which is the most important thing. Creativity is what a healthy society rewards because we are designed to create things. That's why we're not animals. We're human beings. The creative power is the spark that distinguishes us from all other species. We create things. God created the world. He created us in his image, and we henceforth create things. So creativity has to be the most rewarded factor in any healthy society. And now, because our society is inverse, it's upside down, creativity is penalized. How dare you say that? It's not what every other drone is saying. It's not what the machine tells us to say. And Barry Weiss, the single least creative human being, the single most robotic, what are the talking points? Repeating them, that person winds up at the top of the pyramid. That is what offends me. It's not that she loves Israel. I don't give a shit what she thinks of Israel. It's not that she criticizes me. Obviously, I don't really care. It's that her presence at the top of CBS News means all of those institutions are totally fake. That's why.
All of what institutions? The news institutions? Or
that institution, Wall Street. If Bill Ackman, you tell me one, and I'm not even like moralizing, and I don't hate Bill Ackman, but like Bill Ackman's an idiot.
Who is he? I don't know him.
He's a hedge fund guy who's made most of his money by short selling. And that means I go on CNBC and I attack your company, its stock price falls, and I've made a reverse bet against the stock price, and I get rich. Yeah. You tell me how that benefits your society. Talking about American companies? Like, how is that productive? How is that the act of creation? It's the act of destruction. And I give you $8 billion, the whole system is rigged, okay?
Tucker is a well on the record hater of usury, and now he's talking about parasitic financialization schemes used by a particular class to strip mine American assets. He can say all he wants about how anti-Semitism is wrong and bad and evil and yada, yada, yada. He can say, like, all of that is the, what do you call it? It's like the, it's the treat that you wrap the medicine in. You take the, like with Pete, we would take a piece of cheese, stick some medicine in it, feed it to him, and then the cheese makes the medicine go down. Tucker being like, oh, anti-Semitism is so evil and so wrong, and I'm categorically opposed to it. But have you heard about Bill Ackman's parasitic financialization scheme, or Barry Weiss's being as dumb as my dog, never should have risen above the level of secretary, but somehow she winds up parroting the talking points at the top of a news network. Like, he's sending the message very loud and clear.
I think a lot of people feel that now. They feel they feel like the system is rigged. They feel like there's no way for them to win. They feel like it's all insider trading. They feel like it's Hollywood or the news creates a narrative that affects what goes on, and then other people
the
who have
movies
been
are garbage. The mass media, all of it is turning out slop, and it's
I understand that, but how does that evolve? How do things get better?
Those institutions are done. So our job, again, is to love the people around us and tell the truth. And in that act, we make things better, okay? Because
I would add to it, based especially on his riff he's talking about here. You love the people around you, tell the truth, and create. You need to be creating, Anon. Those are the three things. You love the people around you, you tell the truth, and you create.
It's new. I mean, dude, you've got the second biggest podcast in the world or something? I mean, I don't think...
I haven't looked at the charts, but
okay, yeah,
we're doing good. I know you're number 7.
I've been in this my whole life. You've been in this, like, I don't know, you were a stand-up comedian and all of a sudden you're like dominating global podcasting. It's like, how did that happen? That's the new, it's just one example, but that's the new institution.
Yeah, dude, we're doing our best, dude.
No, but it's working. That's the point.
My friend said these glasses aren't even real the other day.
Those are pretty ugly to be fake. If you're going to buy, if you're going to buy fake glasses, like
everybody hates these. I just got them.
They used to call those birth control glasses.
Really?
Yeah, those work. You're never going to impregnate anyone in those glasses.
Would you know my name? Dude, I'm never going to knock anybody.
You're right. You're totally right. You know what? I think you just overcame your eyewear with that.
My dad had a pair of glasses kind of similar to that. He had like the big ones with the bifocals on them, and he called them his BCs for birth control glasses.
I got the acoustic Eric Clapton, and even I want to sleep with you. I totally agree. No, but I think for all that, like, I do think, what's the phrase they use? The black pill or whatever. Everyone's like, so it's all falling apart. That's a stage on the continuum. This is an arc of consciousness, and you realize, holy shit, everything is terrible. It's falling apart. And then you get through that. Right. This just happened to me. I just got through it. And I'm like, yes, but a new world is being born, like, for real. And it's beautiful, and it's honest, and it's creative. It's not just, it's not fake. Everything, what you hate about the modern world is that it lacks creativity, and creativity is the human spark. It's the energy that makes you different from the chair you're sitting in.
Yeah, Tucker said no black pilling. He didn't just say no black pilling. He said, if you're black pilling, you are emotionally undeveloped. You have to progress through the black pilling phase. If you're black pilling, you are broadcasting the fact that you are undeveloped.
And that is bursting out everywhere. And I love it.
Well, I saw an article the other day. Did you see about how, with TikTok, right? With social media, with trying to own the companies, right? Did you see that video with Netanyahu for the TikTok ownership? This is wild, bro. This is
You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are on social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class.
Somebody said buy followers. How hilarious is that, dude? That's the best.
TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential.
Imagine saying that. So, like, what is that? Why did he say that, do you think? Why did he just confirm every crazed anti-Semitic conspiracy online? Jews control everything. And there's literally the prime minister of Israel being like, yes, we control everything. Why would he say something? Well, first of all, he, like Barry Weiss, is kind of stupid, clever, ruthless, but stupid, not creative at all. There's that. But there's a deeper reason, because he's trying to inspire hatred. He's trying to inspire hatred. Yes, we control everything. And I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to be a hater. I don't care what they do.
Tucker is just no holds barred now. He is straight. He is on like a first name basis with Benjamin Netanyahu. He probably has Benjamin Netanyahu's cell phone number. Probably doesn't want to. There's probably a pager joke in there. I can't come up with it. But he is like, by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is clever, but he's very stupid. Like, those are the types of things for monomaniacal lunatic like Netanyahu. Those are the kinds of things you say if you are trying to. He's alluded multiple times to being like calling Israeli leadership and being like, "Would you stop trying to get me killed?" Clearly, he's progressed beyond he just doesn't care about that now.
Well, I mean, we're being a hater in the sense where, like, if you hate against him, but I guess if you're saying it's evil, then yeah, hating evil isn't wrong.
There you go, Slutty Milk. I knew I could count on you. I bet BB's blowing up his phone, if you know what I mean. I think I've got... Hold on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Woohoo!
Right? But here's what I'm wondering. It's like, if you teach me, like, growing up, like, about the Holocaust, you teach me about Nazis, you teach me about evil, and then I take what I've learned, right, and I apply it to the world, and I see it. I see it point blank. I see it in Gaza. I see it in the Middle East. I see it in Palestine, and it's the first one where you see these things happening. Like, it's almost like, well, if I had seen slavery on my phone, I'd be like, this is fucked up. If I had seen, it's like, it's the first thing you see. And
did you see that chick who was at some conference recently? I think she was like Carmela Harris's speechwriter, former speechwriter, and she's like, we made a huge...
He's just Carmela Harris. The cattiness is just off the charts. He knows exactly what her name is, but he still calls her Carmela Harris.
Recently, I think she was like Carmela Harris's speechwriter, former speechwriter, and she's like, we made a huge mistake, like, talking too much about the Holocaust, because now people are comparing what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust.
But it's like, don't come in and gaslight me to think now I'm wrong for seeing this. And then imagine if...
Shit, we never mentioned the Nazis because we set absolute standards of behavior that we're now failing to meet, and we're being blamed. It's like, are you...
And then now when this guy says they want to buy TikTok so that the influence is different, like, it's just like, how, I don't understand. But to say why are we the only people that...
Yeah, Trust Plan Star says BB gave Trump a golden pager, incredible bravado and stupidity. Hope he gets a bomb dropped on him. No kidding. And that message was received loud and clear. So to anybody who tells me that Trump is just cucked by the Zionists or something is you're not in the game.
Or why aren't more people activated about this? It's like watching...
Okay, but can I just make you feel better?
Like watching something horrible happen, and we can't even ask our own country for help. That's a crazy part. I can't believe that half of our representatives aren't speaking up and saying something like, hey, we're going to shut this down. This is wrong. We're not going to let... Because wasn't he condemned by the ICC for...
yeah. They don't care.
He was a condemned war criminal, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And I just don't understand how regular people, comedians, and... a guy who loves Johnson and Murphy from Maine are the ones who are fucking having to speak up about that. Like, what is going on?
Well, that's the beauty.
Real quick, if you weren't watching it, you got to see this. Because this is the thing that so Theo's just kind of like, he's riffing here, and then he says this, and he gets stuck on it for a minute.
I just don't understand how regular people, comedians, and a guy who loves Johnson and Murphy from Maine are the ones who are fucking having to speak up about that. Like, what is going on?
Well, that's the beauty that I'm talking about. That's the new world being born.
And sorry if you don't love Johnson and Murphy.
I don't. These are like my Turkish grounding shoes. With the
Those
copper.
are nice.
They're so ugly, but I got these from someone else in the nicotine business who's like, dude, these will ground you to the Earth's essential forces.
Really?
I don't know what that means, of course. I have no idea, but I am originally from California in the 70s, so I kind of fall for shit like that. I'm
like you could smoke in them for sure, dude.
Well, I've
yeah, but I'll say this.
Cigarettes in those in my life.
Every time I see a Johnson Murphy, I peek my head and I say, hey, Tucky. I say that
I
when
don't really
see
know
the
what
airport.
it is.
Just like it's like a shop. It's like a Brooks Brothers kind of.
Oh
yeah.
No, I buy my clothes on eBay always.
But anyway, sorry, it wasn't a negative.
No, but here's the point though.
It wasn't
It's
a negative
like,
thing.
This is
Tucker.
the beautiful thing.
You think
like
it's negative?
No, I never get the reference. I'm so fucking out of it. But we're like in this moment where
see, like now Theo all of a sudden got really like. Tucker is trying to go off and continue what they were talking about, and Theo's really hung up on this because now he's afraid that he insulted him, and he's very self-conscious about it.
the old is going away and the new is on its way, and some of it is menacing and scary and hard to understand, like AI or crypto. Okay, could be good, could be bad, could be both, but it's big. But some of it is just totally recognizable. It's called the human spirit, and it's irrepressible. You can't actually extinguish it, no matter how many people you kill, and no matter how many lies you tell. It will always sort of bubble up around you, and it's bubbling up now in a big way. And and I would just, last thing I want to say, like, if you really are worried, if you feel like, oh, there's this international conspiracy of people to oppress humanity and to kill humanity, that's obviously true. Degrade us, enslave us, obviously true. Like, not even a guess that's happening. But who's behind it? Go and read some of the Epstein emails that have been released. Thousands have been released. And ask yourself, like, as a human, what's the first thing I noticed?
Wait. No, I thought all of it was being hidden. I thought the Trump administration was trying to cover it all up. You're saying that thousands of Epstein emails have been released? What?
Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking idiot. He could barely speak English. He was from Coney Island, and he was like an idiot. He was like an idiot. He writes like a moron. Okay? We are being oppressed by dumb people. We imagine they're geniuses because they're evil, but we miss the obvious signs that these people are stupid. They are stupid. They are not as impressive as like the normal people in my world. Jeffrey Epstein was an idiot. So we have this like picture of like the diabolical genius pulling the strings. I'm moving this population here and this population. I'll give them the COVID vax. But really, you've got like just thugs here and this population. I'll give them the COVID vax. But
oh, Tucker is truly one of a kind.
really, you've got like just thugs. They're just like nightclub bouncers who have billions of dollars and they're idiots. They're head injury patients. Bill Ackman, like, he's a fucking idiot. Jeff Epstein, it's true.
The crazy thing about this is that Tucker runs in the same classes and circles as both Barry Weiss and Bill Ackman. There is a legitimate, like a high legitimate likelihood that he actually is going to be in a room with these people here soon, or at any point in the near or distant future. He could very likely cross paths with them, and he's just like completely no holds barred. These people are fucking retards.
Weiss, like, I'm not too worried about Barry Weiss taking over the world. I don't care how many billionaires hand her news organizations because she's obedient to their preferred country. She's still an idiot. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I've heard Tim Dillon talk about her, but I'm not that familiar with her.
He knew her very well, I think.
He did?
So I think Tim, and he can speak for himself, but as I remember the story, like, he was in her orbit, and I know all the people, of course, in her orbit, and some of them I like. I've never disliked Barry Weiss personally. She's very charming, I will say, and very energetic, which I love in anybody. But he was like buddies with her, and they're going to parties, and then like, well, he can explain it better than I could, but my understanding is he's like, one day he's like, killed a lot of kids in Gaza, I think. And I think within like 10 minutes, she was like on the phone with his agent, gotta fire Tim Dillon.
Wow.
Okay. So I guess our friendship wasn't built on the foundation I assumed it was. It's like
Tucker laugh.
And dumb people are very much like that. They have like one
×2
interest. They're what we call single issue voters. Like there's no nuance at all. I remember her. Do you remember when she attacked Tulsi Gabbard, who's a beautiful soul? Just a good person.
Tulsi's very nice. She sent me a couple of nice messages over the years.
Just a great person. She's an honest person. But do you remember when he attacked her on Rogan? And Rogan in his...
Oh, yeah, Rogan stood up for her.
In his wonderful way. He's like, I'm not sure, what do you mean by that? In his Rogan, like, not attacking back, but just like, explain yourself a little more. And Barry Weiss was like, it was like you caught her on the John or something. She was like, have to explain the casual slander I threw at her? She had no fucking idea what she was talking about. Oh, it was the word toady. She didn't know what toady meant. She's a toady for Assad. And it's like...
Have you guys seen that video? You gotta have seen that video. Where she just says, Assad, Tulsi Gabbard, she's just an Assad toady. And Joe's like, what does that mean? What does toady mean? And she was like, can you look it up? Can you look it up and find out? She literally asked him to look up the definition of the word that she just used to like slander Tulsi Gabbard. It was jaw-dropping.
Oh, there it is. Oh, my memory is still in place. And she couldn't define toady.
According to multiple accounts from listeners and subsequent commentary, Weiss struggled to define toady in that specific context and failed to effectively back up her assertion with specific facts. Being flustered during the exchange, the moment was widely circulating clips online and frequently brought up by critics of Weiss as an example of a journalist using substantiated labels or neocon talking
No, it's an example of someone who got a 350 on the English SAT. Okay, this is a dumb person.
We don't know that.
Okay, but somehow got a job at the New York Times. You don't know what toady is? Like, she's in the word business, baby,
Well, I just don't understand how, like, why isn't there, like...
Let me just see if I can find it here real quick. It's a pretty short clip. Barry Weiss toady. Is it this?
What do you think happens with him?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who can beat him.
Fascinating,
I don't know
right?
who can beat him. Who do you think can beat him?
That's a good question. I don't know. Hillary can't. I'm so worried.
Duh.
Yeah, but I'm so worried she's going to run again. She's going to muscle her way to the top.
I don't know who can beat him right now. And I don't know.
Why do you think that?
Right, and the question, right,
'Cause
is
as
like
things keep going further and further south, what about someone who's a centrist Democrat? Doesn't that make more sense? That someone who's a rational person who's on the right, who's gonna look at this person who's maybe economically conservative but socially liberal and say this is really where I'm
unless they
leaning
run
towards.
someone on the far left and like on an identity politics platform. That's what scares me.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Well, could it
Yeah,
though?
I
Because
don't think so.
I don't know, because Trump's whole thing was screw the center. I just need to make my base go apeshit crazy for me.
But they're still apeshit crazy, and no matter what
I
he
know,
does,
and I'm worried that the Democrats are going to try and replicate that strategy and be like, we just need to make our base go apeshit crazy, rather than running someone that can win the center.
I see where you're going, but I think that this is maybe my liberal
Yeah, Tyler, this is office level cringe.
bias, but I think that people on the left wouldn't fall for that the same way people on the
IDW,
right would.
boys!
I don't think people on the left who saw someone who went apeshit, full woke, far left. I think there's a lot of people in the center be like, well, I'm just going to vote libertarian, man. I'm going to vote for Gary Johnson or some shit.
But okay, so who's in right now? So we have Kamala, Kirsten
Tulsi
Gillibrand. Oh, monstrous.
Monstrous?
Ideas.
Well, when she was 22, she had.
No, she's an Assad toady.
What does that mean?
She is
What's a toady?
I think that I used that word correctly. Jamie, can you check what toady means?
Like towing the line? Is that what it means?
No, I think it's like a Toadie.
What does that mean?
I think it means what I think it means.
Toady. Definition of toadies. A person
A
who
sycophant,
flatters or defers to others for
kinda used it right.
self-serving reasons.
A sycophant.
So she's an Assad sycophant. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's known about her.
It's known, guys.
Like, what did she say that, that
We have to look.
qualifies
I
her?
don't remember the
It's known. It's known.
known about her.
Like, what did she say that,
We have to look.
qualifies
I
her?
don't remember the details.
We
I've read
probably
it.
should say that before we say that about her. We should probably read it rather.
Well, I have read it.
No, I mean, we
just,
should right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just so we know what she said.
Look up
I've had her
Tulsi
on here
Gabbard.
before,
Look
and I
up
really
Tul-
enjoyed talking to her. I like her a lot.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I like talking to her.
Okay.
I like
okay.
talking to her. I don't know about.
I think she's like the motherload of bad ideas.
Whoa.
I'm pretty positive about that, especially on Assad. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm.
Like, imagine, I just, frankly, you almost got to give it to her, the sheer gall to do something like that and then actually go out and show your face in public afterwards.
Wrong.
Well, my take on her was that I think as a person who's coming from the left, who's also a veteran.
Look at her, like, chewing
and
on her
take
lip.
Assad, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong.
Well, my take on her was that I think
like, "Oh,
as a person
fuck."
who's coming from the left, who's also a veteran and is very articulate and sensible and a woman and
Yeah, I think she's the worst human being ever, but I might be wrong on that. And you can tell in that whole thing that she's just as like, oh, like I'm like so cool and I get to talk to Joe Rogan and I'm just part of the cool kids club and oh, you said the no-no person? Oh yeah, we all know that she's the no-no person. And I'm going to say, oh, she's terrible. And you're going to say, oh yeah, she totally is terrible too. And we're going to go, oh yeah, isn't it so great that we just know all the things? We believe all the things that we know we're supposed to believe. And it literally took one question and she just completely crumbled apart.
You used to believe that everybody that was elected was campaigning for America first, right? Like America first was the thing.
That's our system, right?
But that's not what's going on.
Well, it's of course just the opposite. I mean, look at the country. So the country's
Just got to point out that Theo Vaughn is just casually being like, yeah, America first. America first. It's obvious. Just, you just got to be America first.
dying not because the people were bad, because of bad leadership.
Gotta love our
Leadership is
FanDuel
I used to, you get brainwashed growing up here, and you're like, no, what really matters is how most people feel. No, what really matters is the willingness of your leaders to actually die for you, as you would for your children. Like, it's that simple. If they love you, your country will prosper. If they hate you, it will fail. It's super simple. They don't like us. Okay, got it.
And what do you think that we could do differently? I know that John Rich on your show, that one thing that was interesting, he said that he felt like a lot of Americans have just kind of cowered and watched this kind of happen. You know?
Don't be a bitch. Yeah.
He was pretty adamant about it.
Don't
He
ever
was
be a
like,
bitch. Yeah, that's right.
He was speaking mostly about Christians, but also about Americans, that they've just kind of cowered and sort of let this, let evil policies, evil things.
Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't see this before. Tyler says Barry Weiss is basically Michael Scott at CBS. Holy shit, I'm never, ever going to unsee that. That is incredible. Barry Weiss is Michael Scott as the chief editor of CBS News. Holy shitballs.
Come in and not stood up for their own voices or stood up against their own fears. Do you think that that's true?
Oh gosh, it's the truest thing. I participated in it. There are plenty of things I just I don't want to deal with that.
Oh yeah.
Or I might.
Oh yeah. What I'm asking if it's true, dude.
Take a loss.
Yeah,
I mean,
I do too.
It's not. I hate to point. one of your, as I said a minute ago, one of your ticks, verbal ticks that I want to emulate and I want to be like this, is you preface every attack or assessment of someone else with a self-critique. You're like, I've done a lot of shitty things, but I think that person's doing a shitty thing. Like, that's a really good habit to get into, just because righteousness is good, self-righteousness is evil, and there's a big difference.
Well, your ego is very scary. That's a thing.
So scary. It's the scariest thing.
It's the scariest thing.
That's what kills you, if you're a man anyway, for sure.
The ego is very scary. But yeah, have there been where's the leadership supposed to come from now? Like, if we can't believe that our politicians are going to guide us, right?
Well, the system is obviously changing. Just like the media. Okay, I went into this in 1991. I could write 10 books on how different it is. Everything about it, not just my perceptions of it, but the systems itself are totally different. And so systems evolve, and we're clearly at the end of something and the beginning of something else. And I can't know with any precision what we're moving into, but clearly it's not going to be like what we had. Like, we know that, because this system doesn't work. It doesn't produce anything worth having. It's obviously dishonest in a transparent way. A lie doesn't infuriate you unless you know it's a lie. Now we know it's a lie, so by definition, we can't keep doing this. And Barry Weiss can be like, anyone who disagrees with Netanyahu is now imprisoned, and you can do that. I'm sure she would love to do that. But it's still not going to work, because you're going to have prisons full of people who still disagree with Barry Weiss. Like, you can't change people's minds by force. It has never worked, and it never will. So our system is reaching the end of something. I hope it's not. I love our system. I hope it's not destroyed. But clearly it's going to change. It has to. It will.
It feels like it's going to happen fast, though,
It's going to happen fast. And I just hope it's not too destructive. I don't want chaos, man. I've seen that in foreign countries, and it's scary. There's nothing scarier than that. It happened in your state. It happened I saw it during Katrina. Whew.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe this is happening. Just for a day or two where there's no cops and there are kids running around with guns and like shooting. I was right next to a guy who got shot.
The N-word.
What?
Yeah.
And
people listening to Young Boy just popping off to doing who knows what.
That's what chaos looks like. It's so bad, man.
Yeah.
I don't want that at all.
And there'll be a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of guns in this state too. So there's a lot of guns in every state, but
especially in my house. But I'm not the only one. And I don't think in the end.
Oh, I think how it all ends is blacks versus drones. That's how I think it ends. And I've said this before, and I believe that.
So, can you game it out for me a little bit? How does that play out?
Because the news over time and everything, it makes white people, white people look bad. White people are the devil, blah, blah.
We hate the whites.
Yeah, whiteys, during the Trump campaign, they were like, every Southern person or Midwestern person was the only, piece of shit, just all that. The white people started ending up on a lot of pills and stuff like that, and just confused about their own value and stuff like that. And that's been unfortunate because there's a lot of great people. But it's
actually one of the great crimes ever in this country.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
But black folks, I think, are still they're still they've kind of gone through this, they've had such an origin story in America, right? Enslaved, and then their origin story is the best to be the victor in the end, right? I feel like their origin story makes the best character arc to be like the hero at the end. So I think it ends up them versus drones, versus the drones owned by evil folks, and I think that's how it ends.
Who wins?
I think you got to go. I think I would go with black folks.
I would go with any people over the drones.
Yes. But I think it's going to be black folks help us win it, and they're going to defeat the drones. How many will it be? Best of 7? I don't know. We'll see. And will there be advertising? Will it be brought to you by Prize Picks? I have no idea, bro. That doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, bro, you're gonna it's going to be. That's where I think that's how it ends.
Well, one of the reasons that all those years they called me. No one ever calls me a racist anymore, but they used to for years when I was at Fox. Racist. And so I really thought a lot about, am I racist? And no, I'm annoyed by certain things for sure, but I'm not a racist at all.
That's what are they? It's so Tucker. Am I a racist? No, I'm annoyed by a lot of things. Tucker's annoyed by the blacks.
No one ever calls me a racist anymore, but they used to for years when I was at Fox. Racist. And so I really thought a lot about, am I racist? And no, I'm annoyed by certain things for sure, but I'm not a racist at all. And not just because I think it's immoral to be a racist. I'm not a racist because black people, what do we think of black people? Are like the most American. Been here, I'm talking about African Americans. Hundreds and hundreds of years. Like, if you believe in the country, if you really feel like you're part of it, your ancestors are buried here, you're going to die.
People who annoy you might be here. I hate people who annoy you.
I hear, which is how I feel. It's like, you're in it with black people. They've been here since day one. You know what I mean? There's it's an American, I feel that, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I don't know how, definitely it's a wild group, black folks, but I think
it's a wild group of black folks. It censors naggers. Kick doesn't like naggers. Yeah, man, I feel you, Kick.
They love to get in. They love
Mirachuk is desperately trying to write Jigaboo Johnson versus Skynet, and every different variation he comes up with is getting censored.
Love to like, they love competition, so I could definitely see them getting into it with drones, dude, and that's how we.
Well, I'm
win.
rooting for him.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
rooting for blacks against drones for sure.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes.
That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. And also,
do you think that I mean, it's tough though to fight drones.
Black people can figure it out.
You think so?
I think if they once they really apply themselves to a sport, they start to crack the codes pretty quick. You know, you put the hit stick on a drone, dude. I think they'll figure it out, dude.
I hope so.
It's gonna be exciting, dude. That's just gonna be one of the best things ever. And some people will be able to watch it. You'll be able to watch some of it on your phone.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Blacks versus drones for sure, dude.
Have you checked with black people about this at all?
Bro, they're down, bro. Black people are down in a heartbeat.
Black people, it's Theo. You guys ready for blacks versus drones?
Dude, black people love to play games, bro. They love to have a good time. So I think if drones are just shooting people out in the streets and stuff, like if one of these companies like Palantir, like they were using in Gaza, comes just starts popping off here, which now has isn't Palantir? They're gonna do our data now, aren't they? Aren't they gonna?
I don't know.
Oversee us?
I don't know. I see a lot of people referring to that, but I'm just going to have to plead ignorance on the
And this
details.
is allegedly, but there's articles.
Now that is a very interesting thing right there. That is a very interesting thing. Tucker has a tell. Tucker has a tell. I can't pick out exactly what it is. I mean, part of it is just him, just all of a sudden he doesn't have an opinion about something. Sometimes he'll be like, oh, I don't really know anything, and then he'll go on to talk about it. But then sometimes he just... So there's like that, but then there's something about his face and his maybe the way he looks down or something like that. But my radar pinged there that was a tell that he is intentionally going out of his way to not talk about Palantir. And I'm sure it's because obviously he and JD Vance are very close. And I think that makes for some interesting subtext to all of this. Because he's kind of got to walk a bit of through a land or a minefield here with, talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey. And he's very careful not to criticize Trump. And I do think that there is some sort of a segment of this, whatever you want to call it, counter lead or just whatever, this sort of loose coalition sort of operating behind the scenes that is like Tucker and Vance and then all the different threads that go off from them, who are they're game planning different things out, and they're angling and intentionally pushing toward creating contingency plans. I saw someone earlier, I think it was Trust Plansar, said that Tucker absolutely has an agenda, and 100%. He's absolutely driving a particular agenda, and he's talking about specific things for specific reasons. And I think that's something to keep in the back of your mind when you're listening to these sorts of things, especially with Tucker. That I read that article a little while back about the what was it, like the secretive cabal that's behind JD Vance or whatever, and Chris Buskirk and then Tucker. And I think that Chris Buskirk's partner was Qatari, if I'm not mistaken. He's Arab of some type. I think his name was Ahmed Malik or something like that. And he was like super based and outspoken on COVID. So there is this network of Teal, Tucker, Vance, and then there's a bunch of other people kind of in that orbit who very much represent the new right. And they are extremely keyed into what time it is and are working very carefully to lay the groundwork for Vance, and they have a very clear sense of who the enemy class is.
Do our data now, aren't they? Aren't they going to
I don't know.
Oversee us?
I don't know. I see a lot of people referring to that, but I'm just going to have to plead ignorance on the
And this
details.
is allegedly.
Like, since when does Tucker Carlson just not have an opinion about something? Since when is he like Palantir? That's absolutely squarely in the nexus of the sort of thing that Tucker would normally chimp about, based on the kind of surface level, kind of standard narratives about it. But here he just pleads ignorance. He's bullshitting.
But there's articles that allege that that they have weapons attached to drones and that they're able to figure that out. Palantir Technologies holds multiple major contracts with the U.S. government, particularly with the Department of Defense, highlighted by a recent U.S. Army enterprise agreement valued up to $10 billion over 10 years. Let me see. Consolidating 75 prior contracts into one for software and data services to boost military readiness.
Palantir has been a core part of the mass deportation agenda, by the way, for those who didn't know.
Now, just keep it. That looks like it's from Wikipedia, which is obviously controlled by CIA.
This is Perplexity right here.
What's that?
Perplexity is a company.
And so Tucker's like, be careful what you believe about Palantir. Just be careful what you maybe that might not be the most reliable source.
That advertises with us. It's an AI.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. It doesn't scold you ever?
Not yet. But some of that stuff's getting pretty wild. Did you see that they were just paying ChatGPT? Israel just paying ChatGPT to adjust their sentiment towards them?
Is that true? That's unbelievable.
I don't know if it's true or not. I want to find out in a second if we can get this article.
So the problem is going to be the problem is going to be YouTube.
Oh,
does YouTube stay open or not? I think. I mean, that's the vector. Candace Owens is like the most famous person in the world because of YouTube.
Yeah,
YouTube is the backbone of all of this stuff. And if there is some, God hope it doesn't happen, but if there's some act of violence in the United States that can be used as a pretext in the same way that January 6th was used as a pretext to shut down all these people, they'll kick people off. My fear is that there will be a crackdown on YouTube. And at that point, that would be a true disaster for the country.
If they kick people off of YouTube?
I think.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
So if there's an act of violence, whether it's organic or not, because some of them are not organic, sorry, that's a fact, a proven fact. But whatever the cause of it, if
Tucker's absolutely thinking about the USS Liberty when he says that.
There's an act of violence against innocence, and it's described as a hate crime, that it's not crazy to imagine that could be used to tie people whose opinions are unpopular with certain groups. Those people need to be off YouTube. And all of a sudden there's an emergency meeting with Sundar Pichai at Google, and it's like, I'm sorry, you cannot have purveyors of hate like Candace Owens and me or you. You can't have them. These people died because these podcasters said hateful things. You have to take them off.
But we're not saying...
What he's talking about is to scribble it out in crayon, what he's talking about is a false flag killing innocent Jews and it being attributed to Tucker and Candace and Theo. Slutty Milk says, I saw a hit piece about Stephen Miller profited off Palantir or something else since it's helping with deportations. And I was like, hell yeah, I hope Miller makes millions off of mass deportations. Hell yeah, I want every single one of the people involved in mass deportations to get extraordinarily wealthy because of it.
In hateful things, are we?
Obviously, I'm totally opposed to hate. I mean, that's like my whole life is against it. When you hate, even in your heart, even silently, you make evil stronger. That's a fact. Well, the physics principle. Dude.
The only reason I bring up this stuff about Israel is because they're doing a genocide.
I couldn't agree more.
If I was in Nazi Germany and I saw bad things happening and I didn't raise my hand, or if Nazi Germany was trying to buy a bakery next door to me and I didn't be like, hey, mustache guy's buying the bakery. It's like, who would I be, right? Like, I don't understand what you want me to do. Like,
there's a soundboard drop. Hey, mustache guy's buying the bakery.
You can't
get out of my face, and I'll stop thinking about you.
You just can't train me to think one way and then show me this a replica of it and not expect me to have the same sentiments toward it. Like, that's what I understand. And to call someone a bad guy because of that is crazy to me. This article says the government of Israel has hired a new conservative-aligned firm, Clock Tower X LLC, to create media for general Gen Z audiences in a contract for $6 million. At least 80% of
$6 million. I missed that the first time around. $6 million contract. Holy shit.
Content Clock Tower produces will be tailored to Gen Z audiences across platforms.
Clock Tower
will integrate its pro-Israel messaging into Salem Media Network Properties, a conservative Christian media group that boasts a vast radio network and produces high-profile shows such as Hugh Hewitt Show, Larry Elder Show, and The Right View with Laura Trump. So,
look at that.
Former Trump manager Brad Parscale.
That is so disgusting. That is so. Brad Parscale is doing that. That is.
I don't know him. Is he a nice guy?
I know him. He's a sad guy, very sad guy.
In its contract, Clock Tower does not reveal much about what kinds of messaging will be promoted on behalf of Israel.
He took money Brad Parscale took money from the Israeli government to do that?
I don't know. Former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale, the advisor who hired the controversial micro-targeting firm Cambridge Analytic during Trump's 2016 campaign, is at the center of the Israeli government's New Deal.
So Brad Parscale, I don't think is an evil person. He's a weak man, for sure. I mean, demonstrably. But for an American citizen to take money from a foreign government, for sure.
That is some brutal physiognomy. That you could tell that is not a clever fellow.
I mean, demonstrably. But for an American citizen to take money from a foreign government to secretly propagandize on behalf of that government without saying it is really speaking of unpatriotic, I mean, I hope that's not true.
Well, it's like at this point, it's and I guess Israel's certainly allowed to advertise wherever they want. Anybody can do this sort of thing.
This isn't advertising. So advertising is not threatening because when it's just straightforward. You see a billboard for jeans and it's like, buy my jeans. Okay, it's your choice. This is basically subliminal messaging. This is an effort to subvert what you think is true by making it dishonest. I'm paying you to lie on my behalf. That's what this is. And
bro got a quarter cup of ice. Let's go back and see that. Where was that? He got a quarter cup of ice. Never in, you could have given me 100 years to sit here and come up with a description for that, and I never would have thought of that. He does look like a gnome. Yeah. He's got Zika head. It's like looks like when he was a kid, his mom wrapped a rubber band around his head and just left it there. So as he got older, his head just got more and more pinched at the top.
I mean, I hope that's not true.
Well, it's like at this point, it's and I guess Israel's certainly allowed to advertise wherever they want. Anybody can do this sort of thing.
This is an effort to subvert what you think is true by making it dishonest. I'm paying you to lie on my behalf. That's what this is. And you don't disclose that you're taking money to do that. And everything about this is dishonest and wrong. And any American who would take money for that,
oh yeah, it was Sloth. Hey, you guys.
Again, speaking of anti-American, really, who's the audience for this? It's American citizens who think they're like tuning in for conservative analysis, and actually they're getting the point of view of a foreign government. Like, how is that okay, Brad Parscale?
I don't know how I just don't understand. I think it's just, I don't know. It's a tough time because you realize, oh, you thought all these things were in place that were keeping our country. You thought our country was taking care of us. But
would you take money from a foreign? Would you take let's take Israel
maybe
out
you didn't.
of it?
Maybe that's not true. That's a naive old thought of mine. It's like, yeah, you realize now that that's not the case, But I think it's like, where do we go from here?
Well, let me just, I don't want to be judgy because I've done all kinds of bad things.
You've been judgmental already.
I have been. Yeah. It's one of my weaknesses. Self-righteousness is the trap, and I fall into it for sure.
But you have to.
But let me just ask you, if, again, take Israel out of it because it's so emotional. Any country. Well, let's go with Qatar. You said you like Qatar. I really like Qatar a lot. And I could defend Qatar. But would you take money for, if Qatar's like, okay, we'll pay you $10 million or $6 million, which I think is what Brad Parscale got, supposedly. We want you to just subtly shift your message to be pro-Qatar. Don't tell anybody you're taking this money, but just feed our line to your audience without telling them you're doing it. Would you accept that money?
No, I wouldn't do it.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course you would never do that.
No, I wouldn't do something. I wouldn't let people pay to have a person on this podcast. I wouldn't do that.
Of course. Do you feel like, but people must be trying to, because the podcast is really big. Yeah.
Sometimes they do. Or somebody's like, hey, Qatar asked if we would do one from their country, right? During a UFC fight, right? And I thought about that and we're trying to figure that out. But I didn't feel like it was the best kind of setting, sort of. And now, would I go back over there sometime and spend some time? Sure, I would. I had a great time. Met some really neat guys. Because a lot of the guys over there, they're in the throbes and stuff. They're in the thobes.
Which are pretty awesome.
Dude, they're nice because you can have no underpants on.
I don't think any of them do. I think they're like kilts.
I like that.
Yeah. It's full freestyle country.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Talking to somebody and just feeling your nuts bang against your legs while you're standing there?
The person has no idea.
That's crazy,
No, I
dude.
totally agree.
Bro, that's like that guy, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame kind of,
Oh, did he go freestyle too?
No, but just him. I just imagine like a handicapped guy inside of my legs ringing my nuts with like a rope or whatever, like a bell, The Hunchback of Notre Dame kind of,
Oh, did he go freestyle too?
No, but just him. I just imagine like a handicapped guy inside of my legs ringing my nuts with like a rope or whatever, like a bell,
Really? So you picture like a little gremlin under there.
Yeah, just
Daryl calling the dong cord.
Oh, dude, if your nuts had real bells inside of them, that shit would be sick.
Imagine
dude.
the pain, the force of that ringer hitting the sides of the cast iron is a lot. I wouldn't want that anywhere near.
That's true. I bet if your nuts weighed even 2 more ounces, it would strain you so much.
Dude, yes.
I bet your nuts have the perfect weight to them.
I think that's the whole theory of evolution, isn't it? We evolved to have like perfectly weighted nuts, and our ancestors who had, I don't know, disproportionately weighted nuts, they didn't reproduce, so their genes died.
Average human testicles each weigh about 15 to 25 grams. Wow.
Oh!
That's
So how would you compare that? It's just like about an 8 ball.
That's a couple 8 ball.
A couple 8 balls.
How many grams are in an 8 ball? I think it's 8, right?
7.5, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on where if you're getting it in Baltimore, it's probably 6 in there.
Yeah, I think that's right. Those are the baby laxative. Yeah. Oh, 3.5. Oh, gosh, it's been too long. So that's how rehabbed you
God.
are, dude.
Thank
I
God.
love that. Did you hear that? Did you hear his genuine ignorance about narcotics?
Damn.
You are better.
I'm losing street cred, though, dude. I can't even fucking... Dude, I've been
You forgot how to freebase at this point. Is it baking soda or cleaning fluid? I can't remember.
I've been selling really good 8-balls, man. Oh, dude. What else was I going to ask you about? Yeah, but it's just, so somebody's like, why do you care about it? Because I just think that it's like, yeah, you can't allow a country...
Okay. All right, guys, I gotta call it. On that note, I remembered there was something funny coming up around in there because I remember where I was when I was listening to this, and I remember there was something where I was driving and I almost had to pull off the road because I was laughing so hard about having a little disabled man between my legs banging my nuts together. Oh, thank you for joining me here tonight. Having this nice little reprieve of the way the last few days have been. Thank you to Samoa Bob. I just see now that he resubscribed earlier, and I missed that. So thank you for that. Thank you guys for showing up. Appreciate all your support. As of right now, I don't know for sure if we're gonna wind up being able to do the Saturlabe tomorrow. The Sudawave Saturlabe. I'm gonna try to make it happen, but it's gonna depend on how the pupper's doing. So tomorrow we may, kind of pending how he is, tomorrow may be the day that he goes home, and it may wind up pushing into Sunday or Monday. We'll see his condition. He got a steroid shot tonight, so I got to go down and relieve Amy so she can go get some sleep, and I'm going to go hang out with him and sleep on the couch again. So just stay tuned. Go follow the King Pill Telegram channel, or follow me on Twitter at Real King Pill. Turn on notifications. Or the best way you can do it is go join the King Pill Discord. Make sure you have notifications on there, and I will post if and when I will be going live. And then by next week, we'll be back to... should be back to regularly scheduled programming unless some other unforeseen thing happens. So again, thank you guys for showing up here, and appreciate the contributions to helping manage all of the bills. Again, tips.kingpill.com if you want to keep paying my salary, keep me employed, make sure I can feed my family and manage the as we reel and crash from crisis to crisis. There's the tips.kingpill.com or Venmo or Cash App. Just look for King Pilled on those, or buymeacoffee.com/kingpilled, or just join the King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. Thank you to all of you guys for showing up tonight and helping entertain me. And I will be back as soon as possible. So until then, I leave you guys with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania